Yes. Good morning, everyone. So I've been informed that we have quorum. So quorum both here in the Preston and online. So with that, we can start. I will just invite everyone to be seated so the chair can open the meeting.
Good morning. We're ready to start. So let me please welcome everyone to the fourth GBFF Council meeting. It is great to see you all here in DC. And your commitment to the work of GBFF Council is appreciated as it is crucial. The GBFF represents a powerful tool to move us all towards the vision of the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, a future of life in harmony with nature. Dear friends, you will see today that the GEF Secretariat responded effectively and energetically in the first year of GBFF. Using the $211 million raised for the first tranche of funds over 3 selection rounds, the Secretariat has approved 40 projects preparation grants in 41 countries worth $200 million. The rich portfolio projects is on the way to achieve so much in support of the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. As you will recall, the GBFF is expected to direct at least 20% of its resources to support actions by IPLCs. The fund has exceeded this, with plans for 32% of resources to support IPLCs. Directing resources to LDCs and Cs has always been a very important target. In this regard, the GBFF has come very close, achieving 36% of the programming, and we are committed to go higher to meet the plus 3% of the 36 plus 3% goal that we agreed in Brasilia, where more than half of GBFF projects, 22, will take place in LDCs and seeds. But we have additional work to do. As you recall, the fund was meant to channel at least 25% of its funds through IFIs. We have so far realized 20% of this. IFIs generate strong impact in co-financing, so we will continue to encourage a strong engagement with them. We also would like more recipient countries to consider for working with the IFIs in their own programming. We have been able to achieve all of this thanks to the donor community that on a voluntary base has been able to provide us with the funding for this biodiversity fund. At a time when international resources flows are tight, our donors has stepped up and deliver. Out of the $386 million raised, Canada set the bar with its 200 million Canadian dollar initial funding for the GBF to be followed by important resources from 10 other sovereign donors. With the mobilization of $1.4 million from the agreement of the government of Quebec, the GBFF has now realized the participation of non-sovereign states in resource mobilization. Our next step is to increase this, not only by government, but also by the private sector and philanthropists. And we're making progress on this front. One of the elements that you will review in your deliberations today is the evaluation of the Independent Evaluation Office and the response by the management team of the GEF Secretariat. This thoughtful and complete review by the IEO provides important recommendations that, once implemented, will enhance the GBFF. You will hear the details later today, but we need to increase coherence and complexities with all GEF funds. So we need to be fully supported of the resource mobilization targets of a key GBF. And we need to enhance our communication around project selection criteria for the GBFF. Let me turn now to the governance bodies of the GBFFs. And in doing so, thank you all and recognize your important contribution. In May, both the auxiliary body and the advisory group held meetings to review council document and get ready to support the GBFF work. I was pleased to see that the first meeting of the advisory group was led with the participation of the province of Quebec, and we look forward to welcoming additional members to this group. I would also like to recognize the expertise and diverse regional perspective that members of the auxiliary body brings to the GBFF, essential to supporting the effective GBFF programming. I'm also very pleased to see that one of the auxiliary body co-chairs and several GBFF observers are attending this meeting in person. Your role in strengthening the inclusiveness and effectiveness of GBFF cannot be understated. To conclude, I want to go beyond listing these accomplishments and remind us all why the GBFF is important. The focus of the GBFF in supporting the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework is singular, ambitious, and important. This shows how the GEF family of funds and its partnerships is a crucial instrument for achieving the 2050 vision of the Convention on Biological Diversity. The GBFF spearheads innovation for biodiversity protection by taking on risk with ambition to test and scale up transformative solutions. In turn, this project at scale can help close the biodiversity funding gap. We need a greater level of resource mobilization from sovereign donors, but also an expanded base of non-sovereign partners who we know are increasingly engaged in nature finance around the world. We need to work together for greater results and accelerate pace, even though this comes at a challenging times for ODA. We're exploring also a variety of options that are aligned, coherent with, and complementary to the resource mobilization needed for GEF 9. We also need to look at the recipient side. In this regard, the involvement of IP, LCs in projects will remain a key priority. Working with indigenous people and local communities continues to be a tremendously important area of work for the family of trust funds. And you will see that from the documents from this meeting that through the GBFF and the GEF Trust Fund, the GEF Family of Funds offers a range of fit-for-purpose, tailored solutions to a global biodiversity financial gap. In this kind of mechanisms are needed by the CBD and definitely by the entire biodiversity community. I look forward to a productive and forward-looking discussions today. So thank you so much. With this, I will invite you all for a 2-minute video that we got. So I'll pass it over to Noemi.
Thank you, Chair. The video will be shown shortly. We're ready, yes.
Well, the GBFF is a decision that came from COP15 in CBD in Montreal.
We adopted the package of L25 to L30. I do not see objection. The package is adopted.
We were very successful in putting together in record time a complex new fund in less than a year. In a matter of a year and a half, we were already allocating resources, and well, this week we'll have a board meeting where we will be approving more projects.
This fund provides a clear framework and roadmap for activities to be implemented in order to meet the coming Montreal Protocol Global Biodiversity Framework goals and targets by the end of this decade.
Brazil's GBFF funded project is a good example of how to apply and to execute KM-GBFF targets by collaborating and by giving a protagonist role to indigenous peoples.
And we consider this responsibility as an opportunity to lead by example in biodiversity protection. And how can Armenia help, or how can Armenia assist in facilitating the community around the GBFF?
I think countries should invest in the GEF because it's a safe investment to make. The GEF has shown itself to be capable of adaptive management. The GEF is interested in integrating scientific advice in its work. The GEF is interested in reform, and the GEF is good value for money.
Thank you so much. I'll now pass it over to my co-chair for his opening statement. Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. And it is a pleasure and honor to be here, and I welcome you all to this occasion of the fourth council meeting of the GBFF. We've already heard that biodiversity is deteriorating worldwide at rates that are unprecedented in human history, and the impacts of environmental degradation and biodiversity loss caused by land use change, habitat loss, overexploitation, pollution, invasive species, and climate change are already leading to the significant adverse impacts. The the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, along with the GEF, continue to play a central role in achieving the targets of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The work program is the second one to be presented to the GBFF Council, with a total of 25.68 million of project financing, including agency fees, leveraging, importantly, over 42 million in co-financing. While this is a relatively small work program, it marks the evolving maturity of the fund. We, as a council, pioneered a streamlining of the project cycle, which is already demonstrating very positive results. I would also like to recognise the significant interest of so many countries and agencies that have already requested support of the GBFF. Let me also recognise the Secretariat, who are sitting behind me, for the work to clear the 40 proposals from 41 countries, including 21 LDCs and SIDS, in 3 calls for proposals to program 200 million in the first tranche. We're also seeing significant progress towards the portfolio targets. What I'm seeing here is numbers of 36% for SIDS and LDCs. It's not quite the 39% target, but it's not far off. 20% to IFIs against a target of 25%. And quite importantly, the 32% against for Indigenous peoples and local communities against a target of 20%. That's, for me, very significant. The first evaluation report of the GBFF, for me, is insightful in that it recognises a number of things. The GBFF's rapid operationalisation in record time, made possible by leveraging the GEF's established legal, financial and programming infrastructure. Second, early evidence points to improvements in the project approval speed through piloted, streamlined project cycle, which we're also talking about for the GEF Trust Fund in the replenishment process. The GBFF adds value through its strategic alignment with the KMGBF, its inclusive approach and its targeted support for priority country groups. We all recognise that there needs to be greater strategic alignment and clarity of focus between the GEF Trust Fund and the GBFF biodiversity projects. And I trust that discussions today will add to further clarify the strategic value addition of the GBFF. Let me also take an opportunity to recognise the observers and the co-chairs of the auxiliary group and the advisory group. One of the key features of the GBFF governance is the engagement of diverse observers and group bodies to make suggestions to Council based on their mandates. In particular, I'd like to recognise the critical role of effective engagement with civil society Indigenous peoples, leading to increased ownership and, importantly, sustainability of GBFF projects. The Council appreciates your presence and look forward to positive discussions. I'll now hand back to the Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for your remarks. And with this, I'll now pass it over and invite Mr. Jibin Chiang from the CBD Secretariat to make an opening statement to the Council.
Thank you, Carlos. Good morning, all participants. Our Executive Secretary, Astrid, has a different conflict calendar and now I'm not able to connect with the meeting, asking me to convey on behalf of her a message from conference parties to you. And yeah, I'm going to do so. So for some of you who were in a COP16 negotiation, perhaps for a very long decision on financial mechanism, you might feel like the section on GBF fund renegotiation was really a happy hour. There was no major disagreement or different perspectives on this. So you can see there were 8 paragraphs. First two, one is to appreciate the GEF Secretariat for the speed we put into responding to the COP15 request. And then we appreciate the donors. That was donors much deserved for a rapid capitalization. And also we welcome the innovative feature that GEF has put into the process, including the 20% for IPLCs and 25% for international financial institutions through international financial institutions. And there was now, as you Hans just mentioned, that you actually exceed the target. Now it's about very close to 1/3 of the GBO funding can be marked as supporting IPLCs. I think next COP would be very happy on this. And then I also, there are 4 more paragraphs in the decisions. And one paragraph actually is very interesting. I want to draw your attention is that the whole decision on financial mechanism, only one area you talk about target 19, and then it's under this section. So we linked a GBO fund closely to the achievement of target 19 of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Maybe I can remind you what it's about. It's about $20 billion of international flow to biodiversity by 2025, and $30 billion by 2030. So I don't know how much conference parties really want to GBO fund to deliver, but clearly the underlying thinking is there. This GBO fund is expected to play a very visible role in that regard. And of course, the paragraph after that is to talk about all sources of funding. So that means it's not only ODAs. And then two more paragraphs are more forward-looking. One is about how to have some mobilization or fundraising efforts and to be undertaken to scale up the funding size of the GBO fund. So the one paragraph is about official assistance, and reintroduce like two new concepts to the system. One is about multi-year pledge, and another one is to explore an indicative scale of contributions, voluntary contributions. And I saw that this issue also raised by the evaluation report, and also is in the document, Secretariat's document before this meeting. Perhaps that's something you need to keep in mind in your discussion. Another section is about how to mobilize private sector funding. And we heard a lot of different perspectives in Paris, how to, when we discuss the blended finance. This actually, GEF is not the first time for GEF to discuss private sector engagement or private sector funding. But it does remind me of a discussion in the 1980s when President Ronald Reagan introduced this Commission on Privatization. And then going to further, you have Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher to massively privatize public utilities. At that time, we basically had a similar discussion. The viewpoints expressed in Paris. One is that you got looking for private sector as a complementary source of funding. And then the other view is that for public goods, you should not really have private funding. And it has to be financed by a public source of funding. That's from textbook. We all learn that. And then the third point unique to our process is a fear of substitution of the obligation by the private sector from the commitment under convention. In the Far East, like that time, in China, we had a similar experience. We learned a lot from the discussion in the West. The other day, I talked to obvious that, oh, at that time, actually, I visited your office as early 90s. In China, at that time, we debated over 15 years whether we can have a market economy, whether we can have private sector development. And it was, I mean, all sides have good points. And at the end, the national decision is to advance the private sector expansion. So from a situation where, because we inherited an economy from previous President Chairman Mao. So basically we have a totally not state-owned economy, and there is almost zero private sector engagement. But in number of years by now, what happens is that the private sector is contributing 60% of national GDP, providing 80% of employment. So, and then come to the question we heard in Paris is whether private sector should provide service for public goods. And that textbook teaching actually is right now we would have completely different perspective. For many areas, previously we perceive only provided by public sector actually can be provided by private sector. That's one thing I learned. Second thing, the private funding is not actually, it was initially complementary to public funding, but now if you say it contributing 60% of GDP is not complementing, actually it's a mainstream source of in provided funding. And third, it's not substituting the function of the public sector. It's both sector grew, both private sector and the private sector. So actually, the physical space over there have expanded enormously because of the private sector expansion. I want to share this story with you because it has been, we experienced this struggle for many years, and how it would be eventually like happen here. Of course, we still wait to see. Well, one thing is that when you, at one point, you got 30% of the world, land and ocean under conservation, you cannot just count on public sector. Thank you very much, Chair.
All right, thanks to you, Jevin, for your remarks. Now I would like to call the attention of the council with regards to the provisional agenda that has been distributed under document GEF/GPFF 04/01 Rev 1. I would like to see if any council member has any items to be added to the agenda under other businesses. I see no one asking for the floor. There's no, someone.
Yeah, there is an observer, GBFF observer in the back. If you could please say who you are.
Yes,
Thank you.
I'm speaking on behalf of indigenous peoples and local communities, women and youth together. Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of formal observers to the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund Council, representing indigenous peoples and local communities, women and youth, we reiterate our sincere appreciation to the GEF Secretariat for its continued efforts to engage Indigenous peoples and local communities, women, and youth throughout the GBFF process. We're especially grateful for the organization of dedicated meetings and for the Secretariat's openness to listening to our concerns. As you know, our participation in this council derives from a mandate of the Convention on Biological Diversity and reflects the whole of society approach of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. It is also aligned with the recent COP16 decision on financial mechanisms, which explicitly calls on the GEF and its council to ensure the effective engagement of Indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth in decision-making processes. While we share common goals with other stakeholders, our role as observers is distinct and independent, and our main objective is to ensure that the voice of our constituencies inform and enrich this decision-making space. However, after 3 council meetings, we note that the scope and clarity of our participation remains limited. In a spirit of collaboration and transparency, we respectfully renew our call for more structured and meaningful engagement of observers to the GBFF Council. We firmly believe that stronger and more regular dialogue between council members and observers would advance shared objectives and contribute to a more effective implementation of the GBFF work program and process on the ground. In particular, we are eager to provide recommendations and inputs, especially before council meetings, to support informed and inclusive decision-making. As a concrete next step, we respectfully propose that the council include a discussion on enhancing observer participation as an agenda item in this meeting. A dedicated template for observers' comments could be a positive way forward, for example. We remain fully committed to supporting and contributing to this process, and we thank you all for your consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks to you. Thank you so much. So, since I don't see any, we got France, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to speak in French. Je voulais faire une observation préliminaire. Je la fais maintenant parce que, pour être honnête, je ne sais pas trop à quel moment elle aurait pu être plus appropriée. Nous abordons maintenant la fin de cette semaine de conseil, le 5e et dernier jour. Nous avons eu 3 jours de conseil pour le Main Trust Fund, enfin 2 jours et demi, 1 jour pour le LDCF, SICF, et maintenant nous terminons par une journée pour le GBFF. J'espère que cette journée va bien se dérouler et sera fructueuse. Mon observation est la suivante. Je pense vraiment qu'on aurait pu faire tout tenir en 4 jours, peut-être même 3 jours et demi. J'ai l'impression que de nombreux délégués partagent la même appréciation, et donc j'invite vraiment le secrétariat pour les prochains conseils à proposer un agenda plus compact. Merci.
Thanks, Stefan, for your observation. We, at the Secretariat, we fully shared your observation. We had a few informal conversations with council members as well, and definitely we're adjusting to this modality. Just most probably we will come up with a proposal in the lines of thought that you presented to us. Okay, I'll continue with Rosanna, please.
I believe Anders, was first, and then Rosanna. Anders, yours.
Just to very briefly on the record also support the French intervention. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Anders. Rosanna, yours.
Remark how Armenia can build global momentum around the GBFF. Armenia is honored to host the CBD COP17 next year. We consider this responsibility has a chance to lead by example in global biodiversity protection, and Armenia has a unique opportunity to foster global momentum around the GBFF through the following actions: facilitating global dialogues, bringing together various stakeholders, including governments, NGOs, academics, and indigenous communities to formulate multilateral collaborative strategies for implementing the GBFF. Strengthening financial mechanisms, Armenia can advocate for innovative funding models that support biodiversity initiatives, emphasizing the importance of sustainable financing, and creating frameworks for collaboration to galvanize support for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, as this collective effort is vital not only for addressing the urgent challenges posed by biodiversity loss, but also for fostering sustainable development, enhancing ecosystem resilience, and ensuring a healthier planet for future generations. Thanks a lot. And once again, I just want to express our readiness for providing all this necessary platform in upcoming COP17, and welcome to Armenia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosanna. I see a lot of people are requesting the floor. I just want to remind the council that the floor is now open for council members to request any items to discuss under any other business. The council will start after the adoption of the agenda. So with that said, I have Anil followed by Gisela. Anil, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Eid Mubarak to all our Muslim friends across the globe who are sitting here. I'm sorry that you'll have to spend time here during your festival day. This is basically to support my French colleague and the Swedish colleague here on compacting the meeting so that you're anyway circulating the documents much ahead of time. So that it'll save a lot of time and we could use our time productively to the key issues which is to be discussed, like your work program, your IEA evaluations, and the budget part of it, the administrative things where the council's interference has to be really required. Or if anybody has any other observations, they could always come back to that during the council meeting so that it'll be more concise and precise. So that's the one request. And I hope today we'll wind up early so that our Muslim friends can go and do their prayers and also celebrate the Eid. Thank you. Eid Mubarak to everybody.
Thank you very much, Anil. Vittorio, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Just to get along with the other colleagues about the streamlining of the agenda and on reducing the council days, as we have seen during the last days, we were quite efficient in analyzing all the points in the agenda. So yeah, we support our previous colleagues on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Vittorio. There is no one else requesting the floor, so back to you, Chair.
So after this exchange, I formally adopt the agenda for the fourth GBFF Council meeting. Thank you so much. With this, we go to agenda item number 2, which is the work program of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. I would like to remind everyone that the work program has been circulated for your attention and consideration as document GEF/GBFF/CO4/02. I would like to invite my colleagues Chizuru, Aoki, and Ben Singer from the GEF Secretariat to introduce the indicated document. Chiz, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to kickstart this.
Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. Since this is the first time I'm formally addressing the Council, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Benjamin Singer. I'm Senior Biodiversity Specialist in the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund team within the GEF Secretariat. And it gives me great pleasure to present this first half of the presentation on the work program. So just a reminder of the differences between the GEF and the GBFF, GEF Trust Fund and the GBFF project cycles. It's streamlined in multiple stages. This is a one-step process rather than a two-step process. Having said that, it's also a competitive process, and the call for proposals that you see on the far left here only happens at specific times. So there are specific windows when agencies can submit proposals in the form of a PPG request. Once the call for proposals is closed, the selection process conducted by the Secretariat clears a subset of these PPG requests so that they can be fully developed. And the agency, from the day that the proposal is cleared, has just 9 months to come back to the Secretariat and submit a full proposal in the form of a CEO endorsement request and relevant annexes. Following that, the Secretariat will review. They are typically 2 to 3 back and forths with the agency, with the relevant agency, until the proposal is deemed ready for submission for approval by the Council. And just a reminder that just like for the GEF Trust Fund, project up to $5 million, for those projects, the approval can be delegated to the GEF CEO. And then again, we face a new window. As soon as the approval takes place, then the agency has 12 months to initiate implementation and then first disbursement. So in this work program, we're going to present 3 projects, which are at the next to last stage here. We're looking at Council approval. And these are the 3 projects. We have 2 projects in Central Africa, one in the Democratic Republic of Congo that comes to us from FAO, and a second one, which you see on the 3rd line here, which straddles Cameroon, Central African Republic, and the Republic of Congo, that was submitted by WWF. A 3rd project focuses on Peru, also by WWF, and as we can see, the total here for approval stands at just over $25 million, 30% of which it will support actions by indigenous peoples and local communities. So allow me to go through briefly each of the 3 proposals. The first one, which was on the table, focuses on the Democratic Republic of Congo, and specifically in the southeastern province of Tanganyika. And the aim is both to provide support for biodiversity conservation, but also for indigenous rights and indigenous-led biobusinesses in this province. Now, this province has a fairly high population of indigenous peoples, mainly Twa populations. And these Twa populations are economically particularly marginalized from an economic point of view. 98% of these households lack formal access to the lands upon which their livelihoods depend. Very high poverty levels also means in this particular area malnutrition, resulting in over half of the children suffering from stunted growth. This proposal brings together biodiversity conservation and support for indigenous peoples. It includes, among its multiple outputs, the restoration of 14,000 hectares of Myombo forest, the demarcation and registration of indigenous lands in this province, the establishment of 60 indigenous biobusinesses, micro companies, and cooperatives, and documenting and disseminating knowledge, in particular traditional forest knowledge. As we can see on this slide, this project aims to bring 350,000 hectares of Myombo forest under improved management, with an expected mitigation impact of 8.5 million tons of carbon equivalent, and is targeting 50,000 beneficiaries. The second project presented today focuses on the Northern Transversal Economic Corridor of Peru. This is a region of the country which is undergoing rapid economic development. And this development is also threatening increasing pressure on both indigenous lands and protected areas, as well as lands of high ecological value outside of protected areas. And so the project outputs here include over 500,000 hectares of new protected areas. So very much in support of Target 3, which is a 30 by 30 target under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and also supporting biobusinesses and livelihoods, especially among indigenous communities. So all in all, over 4.5 million hectares of protected areas and land outside of protected areas will be under improved management. The project also aims to restore 1,000 hectares and is targeting over 13,000 beneficiaries. Last but not least, we have one multi-country proposal in the list presented to you today. In this region known as the Trinational de la Sangha, which is a particularly rich area in biodiversity that straddles southeastern Cameroon, southwestern Central African Republic, and the north of the Republic of Congo. This is an area that's particularly rich in megafauna and is famous for its western lowland gorillas, one of which is pictured here, as well as forest elephants. It's also an area which is not densely populated, but is still populated. There are towns and villages in these protected areas. And so there's a risk of deforestation, of poaching, and also human-wildlife conflict. There are also significant pressures on the Baka populations, the indigenous populations in this area. The expected outputs of this project, which is brought to us by WWF, is primarily to strengthen the trust fund which finances the protection of the Trinational de la Sangha. It's known as a TNS Trust Fund. And the first component really focuses on aligning the management and the governance of this trust fund with the highest international standards. It will also enhance IPLC participation and representation, especially in the management of this area. Part of the financing of this project will also go towards capitalizing this trust fund to ensure sustainable financing of this set of protected areas and this broader landscape. So the global environment benefits include over 1.3 million hectares of protected areas under improved management, close to 7 million close to 7 million tons of carbon equivalent in terms of potential mitigation impact, and we'll be targeting 5,500 beneficiaries. So taken together, this work program that we have presented today will be bringing close to 2 million hectares of terrestrial and 115,000 hectares of marine protected areas under improved management. 4.3 million hectares of landscape will be under improved practices, 8.5 million tons of carbon equivalent mitigated, and will be supporting close to 70,000 direct beneficiaries, 49% of which are women, and the average support to actions by our PLCs is of 30%. I'll now be handing over to my colleague Chiz for the a bird's eye view of the work program and the portfolio to date. Over to you, Chiz.
Thank you so much, Ben, and good morning, colleagues. So I have a few slides to show to you, just to give you an update on where we are in terms of the selection rounds we've already had and how we're doing in terms of bringing projects that are ready on the project cycle to the attention and approval of the council. So we've had 3 selection rounds, and I will quickly walk you through. The first selection round we had, it was on the open from February 24th to March 1st of 2024. There are 4 proposals, and 4 proposals accepted, and you can see them all here. And it's noteworthy that all of them have either been cleared, approved by council, or by the delegated authority by the CEO, and they're moving towards the implementation as well as disbursement. And here is the selection round from the second one. That was open from March 4th to April 1st of 2024. We received 68 proposals. 18 proposals were accepted and resources were set aside. And just to remind, any proposals that were above $5 million, when they're fully developed, will be then coming to council for your approval. Anything below 5 million will go through the same process. The approval is in the hands of the CEO under the delegated authority. Of the 18 proposals accepted, you can see the ones in green. Those are actually moving ahead either in the work program or council to be clearing them. The rest, we're in the process of actually reviewing the proposals that have all been submitted. And I should mention, there is one more project from the second selection round that is from Indonesia, and we're expecting that to come to the council for its approval in the next council meeting. And this is the third selection round. It was open from August 8th to September 30th, 2024. We received 58 proposals. And out of those, 18 PPGs were accepted and resources have been set aside. And there are 6 proposals over $5 million, which will likely be presented for consideration by the council in 2026. Looking across the 40 projects cleared for further development under the first tranche, including the 4 approved projects to date, we can see in the left that we're either very close to or having exceeded the 3 GBFF portfolio level targets. Out of the approximately $202 million program to date for 40 projects in 41 countries, we can tell you that 36% of funding will be going to small island developing states, as well as least developed countries, which is within the 36 plus 3% bracket of target that was set forth in the GBFF's policy on allocation of resources. And at this juncture, this represents a total of $73.3 million set aside for projects in 21 LDCs and SIDS. We are making efforts to meet the 25% target for the international financial institutions. At this point, after 3 selection rounds, the results are at 20%. I should mention that the third selection round, we made it very clear to the notification to countries that we will prioritize submissions from LDCs and SIS, as well as with IFIs as agencies. So there are measures we have taken to signal to countries on the meeting of the portfolio level targets. We're well in excess of the 20% of aspirational target of financing in support of actions by IPLCs, with close to a third of GBFF financing now programmed to support actions by IPLCs. So this slide shows a portfolio analysis in terms of regional distribution. Adequate geographical distribution is one of the selection criteria of GBFF projects. And we can see here that the 3 regions, notably Africa, Asia, as well as Latin America and the Caribbean, have received a sizable share of GBFF programming to date. Clearly, the ECA region has a much more modest share of total due to 2 factors. One is that the country maximum tends to be more limited in these countries, and that may be limiting the scope for large ticket items that we find in more biodiverse regions. And the second reason is that today we actually have received a relatively small number of proposals from this region. And this probably is alluding to the fact that maybe we should be doing more proactive outreach to the region and in the countries in this region in particular. We are currently working with relevant teams within the GEF Secretariat to design more tailored outreach to this region ahead of the second tranche. So it's the same data now shown by the agencies. We can all see that the first tranche of the GBFF financing is being channeled through a wide variety of GEF agencies, with 11 out of the 18 GF agencies so far developing or implementing GBFF projects. The list is at this point, 23% of resources being programmed by UNDP, followed by WWF US, FAO, Conservation International, as well as CAF. We do also see more IFIs coming up, but at this point at 20% as previously indicated. And again, we're putting forward suggestions on how to reach the 25% in this regard, which is set as the portfolio level target. Did I just kill this? Sorry. Okay, with that, thank you very much. And back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks so much to both of you for the presentation of the work program. With this, I would like to open the floor to council members for questions and comments. As we normally do it, I will ask Noemi to help us with the with the list of speakers. Noemi?
Thank you, Chair. The floor is now open. First in line will be Anil, followed by Catherine and Ben. Anil, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for the good presentation. I really appreciate the good work done till now. I have a couple of questions on that work which you're doing in DRC Congo regarding the operation of your micro companies. From what you said, I think it's going to be a long shot, because I would rather say that in such an environment where the per capita produce is very less, you should be having a a farm producers organization forming in where you can get the volumes required to give them the market access and a better price. Because if they're going to be, and the collection system, because there's nothing mentioned of that. These are some of the things which you'll have to start working in. I've been financing them with the micro companies. That's not going to work. I'm sorry. I worked in Africa, so I know how this works there. So I want you all to ensure that part of it is there for them. And the second thing is you said about capitalizing the TNS trust fund. May I know how and how much you will be capitalizing on that? How much will be the amount you'll be capitalizing apart from setting up their institutional structure in this? I would like to have the details, because capitalizing that sort of a fund where you are already, the very fact that you're going for an institutional structuring of the fund itself says that it's not been managed. So how are you going to go to the market for capitalization is something which I would be interested in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anil. Catherine, you have the floor.
Yes, thanks, Chiz and Ben, for the presentation. So Canada supports the proposed decision and welcomes the 3 projects, as well as the GEF's efforts to program in an efficient manner. We're glad to see that the projects reflect continued and strong funding to Indigenous peoples, advance gender equality, and that they aim to address many of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework targets. You mentioned at least 14 targets, I think, Ben. We also recognize that many of the project preparation grants are underway. And would like to thank the Secretariat for the significant progress in setting up the fund so quickly and your ongoing work with the recipient countries to advance the projects. We welcome the financial literacy component of the DRC project and would like to encourage other initiatives to integrate that when it's relevant. We also welcome the income-generating initiatives for Indigenous peoples and local communities. We are interested in the sustainable financing to support conservation activities, but I'm interested in hearing as well your answers to Anil's questions. I'd like to thank the observer representative for your remark earlier this morning and your request to discuss how to better engage ahead of future council meetings. And then a question for the secretariat, just a little bit on the co-financing, if you have any lessons learned, particularly from the LDCF and SCCF, that could be used to maximize even more the co-financing for GBFF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Next in line will be Ben, followed by Nicholas. Ben, floor is yours.
Many thanks, Naomi, and many thanks to Ben for the presentation, and welcome to the GEF Secretariat. As Catherine has mentioned, it was valuable to see that the IPLC is included in all 3 projects in the work program that we're considering now. We also welcome the inclusion of risk rating after consideration of the risk appetite statement by the GEF Council more broadly. A couple of questions on that. Are all the risk scores residual or net of plan mitigation measures? I also assume that this risk rating refers to the projects being considered today under the work program, rather than that broader portfolio. And it'd be useful to understand how that risk analysis could include the small, medium projects which are not captured in this work program. Obviously, you know, the majority of country allocations that we've seen are in this first round do not exceed 5 million threshold. For inclusion in the work program, and would therefore not be captured in this risk assessment. Clarify that point as mentioned. I mean, I think that, for example, a $4 million project with significant risks be more problematic than a 10 million project with low risks. So I guess the question is, to what extent could we see the overall risk profile for projects in not just in the work program, but more broadly in the portfolio so far? For example, those included by just approved by the CEO. And finally, just to say that we fully support the approval of this work program. Many thanks.
Many thanks, Ben. I'll now give the floor to Nicholas, and then we will break back to the Secretariat for some initial comments. Nicholas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Germany also thanks the Secretariat, the agencies and operational focal points for this work program, which we welcome very much. We're happy to see the progress on the portfolio targets. And of course, we are not quite there yet, so we still have the 3% reserved for LDCs and SIDs. So we'd encourage everyone involved to make that happen, as well as the 25% for IFIs. And of course, with the IPLC share, we're very happy that it's so far exceeding the actual aspirational targets. And for IFI involvement, we think some full-size projects in the next work program will be very much welcomed. And we support, of course, the suggestion by the Secretariat to do more outreach to Africa, because we can see that we don't have enough projects approved there yet. Now, while there's no express requirement for it, we do believe that co-finance could be higher in future work programs, and then especially private co-finance should be explored there. We understand that in biodiversity, this can be a tricky topic, but we have to continue or start more to think outside of the box, and we're doing it in the GEF Trust Fund, for example, with the outcome bonds. So we should also think in that direction in the GBFF. We'd like to support India's comments, and it's good to see that comments that are so much in detail on the projects. So we'd appreciate if the Secretariat could follow up on that. And now finally, I'll have to read this part. Regarding the presented work program, Germany has technical concerns about the following GBFF project and requests that the Secretariat sends final project documents for council review prior to CEO endorsement, and that's for GEF ID 11609 by the agency WWF US. As always, we will share further comments in writing to the Secretariat within the determined time frame. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Now let's give some time to Chis and Ben to respond, and then we'll go back to the floor, starting with Jonas. So Chis, Ben, back to you.
Thank you very much, Noemi, and I greatly welcome the interest of the council in today's work program, and to take Anil's very relevant comments that have been echoed across the room. I fully agree, or at least I would say I agreed when I first reviewed this proposal, and this was one of my primary comments. The proposal at first view seems to underestimate the gap that exists between the baseline, the current state of these, the economic state of these populations, and the possibility of setting up sustainable, financially viable micro companies, cooperatives, etc. What we see in the version of the proposal that's presented today is, yes, there will be some financial support, but much, if not most, of the financing in this second part of component 2 will be focusing on providing technical support, technical assistance to these populations. So not only providing grants for the establishment of these biobusinesses, but really accompanying them in the incubation, in the identification of markets, in the identification and improvement of primarily non-timber forest products that can be marketed. And we are talking about very small scale. We are very much talking about starting from scratch in many cases, but we're also talking about, taking baby steps at first and targeting very local markets within the province of Tanganyika. We're not looking at exporting any produce, at least at this stage. So bearing that in mind, and also bearing in mind that FAO does have extensive experience with not only in this region of Africa, but also working with indigenous peoples and local communities, and also supporting biobusinesses. So let's say it's a good fit in terms of agencies, because they are building on extensive experience in this regard. But absolutely, my first reaction was very much like yours. It's, we're not talking about an easy baseline to start with. On the Trinational de la Sangha and capitalization, so the capitalization that's referred to here is basically the $5 million within the budget of this project will be used to, will go into the fund itself. So there's a direct contribution from the GBFF to the fund itself. This disbursement comes with a prior condition that all the elements of the first component, which is the institutional strengthening of this fund, will have been met. So there's a condition for the GBFF capitalization of this fund. Second condition is that co-financing must be secured before the $5 million is dispersed. So right now there's co-financing that has been indicated. It needs to be materialized before the GBFF disperses the second amount of $5 million. If the co-financing doesn't materialize, then the $5 million will not be dispersed. On the issue of lessons on co-financing, okay, I'll hand over to Chiz on this one.
Thank you so much, Ben. Let me try to also succinctly address a couple of other comments that have been raised. There was a question from Germany regarding the clearance, as well as this particular project in the DRC. So currently, the policy is that the council members can submit written comments to the Secretariat. In this case, you have until the 20th of June to provide written comments. And after that, after the
the council meeting, there is a 3-month window where comments received from the council and or staff would need to be addressed by the agency, and the agency is requested to do this in an expeditious manner. And responses by agencies to comments provided by the GEF Council member, such as in this case, the comments you have raised, will need to be clear by the respective council member. So we will not go ahead with the final approval of this particular project until and unless the respective council member is ready to clear the comments provided by the agencies on the non-objection basis. So we have 3 months to do so. And if that is not met, then we will basically defer the work, we will basically put the project into the next work program. So there is that mechanism to enable further comments coming from the council members to be addressed by the agency as well as and with this assistance from the GEF Secretariat. I think there was a question regarding the risk from Ben. What we can do is that the risk analysis is also done for projects under $5 million. So for the next round, from the December council and ongoing council documents, we can include a more comprehensive risk analysis across the portfolio of projects. And that could be either included in the progress report, or we can also include it in the work program as we think would be relevant to do so. And then I do think you had a question. It's actually the residual risk after mitigation measures. So that's what we are reporting on. There was also a question regarding the co-financing. I think it was from Catherine and other council members. And Catherine, you asked about lessons from the LDCF and SCCF. And LDCF historically has been co-financing has not been required, and it's optional. But we obviously keep track of them and where they're coming from. And you might recall also from the conversation we had yesterday or 2 days ago on the LDCF and some of the recommendation that came out of the IEO. It was related to the issue of sustainability and really having a robust, if you will, structure as well as partners that are ready to take things on afterwards. And that's in a way related to having partners that can also mobilize resources such as other climate funds as well as others. So that's, I would think, is the key element that we also need to be cognizant of as we move forward in the GBFF portfolio. Co-financing is not required, but highly desired. And we are requesting comparable approaches that we are requesting them to be recorded. And also we're keeping track of them. And I think another element is that I think overall, there is an element of what happens at the CEO endorsement stage and what has manifested by the projects have completed. And there is overall within the GEF portfolio more work that would need to be done to ensure that what's being put on the table at the CEO endorsement will also be actually mobilized and utilized in a way that was aspired when the CEO endorsement was done. So I think those are the questions. And we will give it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chis and Ben, for those responses. Now back to the list of speakers. I'll now give the floor to Jonas, followed by Kong. Jonas, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Our constituency would like to thank the Secretariat for a relevant work program, which we are ready to approve. We just have one question and a few brief comments. So we're pleased to see the strong focus on IPLCs and gender responsiveness in the projects. We encourage the responsible agencies to share experiences on project design for better inclusion with other GEF agencies. We note that 29% of the GBFF resources in this work program are allocated to LDCs. So our question is, how will you work to reach the target of 36 plus 3%, even though the portfolio to date is at 36%? We are encouraged to learn just now that the Secretariat plans to prioritize IFIs in future third GBFF work program to move towards the portfolio level target of 25%. In this context, we note the successes of the LDCF SCCF in working with IFIs and encourage the Secretariat to consider if there are useful lessons to be shared across the GEF family of funds in this regard. Lastly, according to data in the document, UNDP has the highest share of project funding so far, even though it's not in this work program, and stands for many of the PPG requests approved for the second selection round. We urge the Secretariat to ensure GEF agencies are represented in a balanced manner in GBFF projects going forward as well. We will also share some written comments ahead of the deadline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonas. I'll now give the floor to Kongkong, followed by Andrea. Kongkong, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. My constituency welcomes the presentation of the GBFF work program and supports the decision. We are glad to note that the 3 projects in the work program emphasize IPLCs as decision makers, implementers, and beneficiaries, exceeding the GBFF's aspirational target. For instance, the DRC project will focus on land tenure rights, biodiversity-based businesses, and financial literacy for the indigenous communities, while it is also designed for national scalability and includes policy-level interventions, which talks to the issue of sustainability. The project in Peru will support community life plans, territorial governance, and put an emphasis on long-term income generation and customary use of biodiversity. The last project in the 3 African countries will look at the issue of sustainable financing for IPLC initiatives with the capitalization of the Conservation Trust Fund. On the issue of gender, we are happy to see that the work program will contribute to the KMGBF targets 22 and 23. That being said, we would appreciate a more clearly defined systematic gender disaggregated monitoring and impact evaluation mechanism, and explicit gender action plans with measurable indicators and dedicated budgets in future work programs. We call on implementing agencies to work together with countries to ensure that the risk mitigation measures are more proactively implemented, especially in high-risk context, in parallel with what Emil has raised as concerns. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Kongkong. I'll now give the floor to Andrea, followed by Jan. Andrea, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Secretariat for your ongoing work. We welcome the paper and the continued implementation of programming in line with the agreed programming directions of the GBFF and the portfolio targets, especially for IPLCs. We fully support the work program as presented. We also welcome the presentation of the risk profile for the work program. We do note there is only 1 Pacific country and 1 Pacific regional approved PPG request for round 2. We continue to stress the need for increased finance for the Pacific, and we look forward to their inclusion for approval in the next work program. Finally, we would like to see more programming for invasive alien species management and control. We note the importance of this action area to support biodiversity globally, especially in SIDS, including in the Pacific Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Jan, and then we will break back to Chis and Ben for answers. Jan, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We welcome the proposed work program and would like to make 2 comments. First, it's noted that the program focuses primarily on Latin America and Africa. We encourage GBFF to ensure a balanced regional distribution of its operations. We also emphasize the need to meet indicators related to MDBs. Second, we recommend establishing institutional collaboration between GBFF and Kunming Biodiversity Fund to jointly implement projects, creating synergies that deliver financial support, technical assistance, and capacity building program for developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. Now let's give some minutes to Chis and Ben to respond, and then next in line will be Yoko-san after the response. Chis, Ben, back to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for good comments. So on the question regarding, I think there was a number of questions as well as comments more on the agency balance. We are cognizant of this, and we are making sure that there is a balanced approach across the agencies as well as geographies to ensure that we're supporting countries and regions in a way that would be quite balanced. And the question on how do we reach the 36.3 plus 3% for the LDCs and SIDS, for the third selection round, we made it clear that the selection round will prioritize the LDCs and SIDS as well as the IFI programming. And through those measures, that we are ensuring that there are opportunities for the LDCs and SIS to at this point, it's 36%. And when we have the second tranche open, we will continue with the efforts to ensure that we can move towards the 36 point plus, I have a trouble saying that, 36 plus 3% target for the SIS and LDCs. And we will, of course, do the same for the IFIs, because these are agreed upon portfolio level targets to move forward. Comment well received on the importance for us to also support a Pacific SIS. And in the first tranche, we do see that quite a number of SIS have received support. And I am looking at the list in the presentation, and we do have quite a number of Pacific SIS that managed to submit and also receive support. So we really hope that we can also continue with the trend across other SIS as well as the Pacific SIS and move forward with programming, because that's also an important element for us to meet the remaining 3% that's there. Point well taken on the requests on the invasive species, as well as inclusion on gender, as well as resource allocation on gender elements. Ultimately, these things are country-led. We will, however, before we start the second tranche, have additional opportunities for us to do webinars as well as briefing sessions for the countries as well as agencies. And some of these points that are being raised by council will also be conveyed to. Thank you for comments from Mr. Zhang. We do also hope to have an opportunity to look into aligning forces on the project levels as well as country demand with the Kunming Fund. We do serve on the board as an observer to the Kunming Fund. So I think there are also opportunities for us to have very good collaboration on the across the funds that are currently engaged in supporting the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. I think those are the questions. Okay.
Thank you very much, Tiz, and I'll just compliment here, in particular with the with regards to the comments from Lesotho. So the all projects are already required to develop a budgeted gender action plan with indicators. So that is fully included and streamlined in all of our projects. But these points are well noted, and we also greatly welcome your support for the work program. On the DRC project, which has already been highlighted, you put your finger on it, I believe. You mentioned the issue of risk. And I entirely agree with you that there is higher risk. We are talking about a more volatile part of the world in terms of risk of conflict. We are talking about populations which are very poor and economically very marginalized. So we are starting with a, let's say, a very low baseline. But I'd like to encourage you to look at it the other way around and say, well, maybe these are the populations that need support the most. And so if there are any parts of the world where support is most needed, this is it. And yes, the trade-off is going to be high risk. There is a fair risk that out of the 60 indigenous biobusinesses established, there might be some mortality rate, especially following the winding down of the project. There is that risk. But it is a trade-off in the sense that these are also the populations that need that support the most. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both Chis and Ben. Going now back to the floor, I'll now give the floor to Yoko-san, followed by a GBFF observer. I believe it's youth. So Yoko-san, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi-san. Japan welcomes the steady progress in the project formulation for the GBFF since the third council meeting. We appreciate the GEF Secretariat and implementing agencies for completing the review in time for this council meeting. We commend the implementing agency for the projects in this work program, which had a relatively smaller share in the GEF Trust Fund. On the other hand, as international financial institutions currently account for 20% of the total, we expect more projects to be materialized in the future to achieve the target of 20%, taking into account the regional balance. We have one question following the CEO's remark. While the resource mobilization from the government is progressing for the GBFF, we would like to hear more concrete update about the progress on the potential contributors from the private sector and the other sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yoko-san. I'll now give the floor to the GBFF observers. I believe it's the youth, so the microphone will turn red, and then you can address the floor. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I represent the youth observers, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. We welcome the progress on the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund portfolio, which includes 2 national projects from Peru and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the regional project from Cameroon, Central African Republic, and Congo. While do we have specific comments regarding the project, we understand that this is not the appropriate stage to incorporate further inputs. We therefore respectfully reiterate the importance of enabling observers to provide comments in advance of council meetings. In this regard, we suggest that the Secretariat consider formally including observers in the process of providing comments in advance on the work program alongside council members, the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the Scientific and Technical Advisory Panel. We count on the support of council members to implement this recommendation. We also recognize better disclosure aspects related to indigenous peoples, local communities, and women within the work program. However, we note with concern the continued absence of reference to youth considerations. Despite the clear inclusion of youth in Target 22 and the mention of intergenerational equity in Section C for considerations for the implementation of the GBF, there has been no substantive progress in this area in the GBFF work program. We therefore urge the Secretariat to ensure that youth considerations are also systematically integrated into future work programs. As the international youth platform under the CBD, we stand ready to provide technical input and collaborate in this effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the youth GBFF observer. I'll now give the floor to Victoria, followed by Anil. Victoria, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. We support this proposed work program and find it positive to see that GBFF activities are advancing so swiftly. We also appreciate that we are already exceeding the IPLC portfolio level targets and that we are fairly close to meeting the SITS and LDC targets. We're a bit worried about the low IFI share so far. So as others, we welcome the efforts by the GEF Secretariat to prioritize projects by LDCs and SIDS and IFIs in the next selection rounds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. I'll now give the floor to Anil, and then we will break back to Ben and Cheese. Anil, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I missed out telling that we support the proposals. But having said that, I also fully in line with all my predecessors who said about the regional balance as well as the balance among the agencies, because otherwise we are again going the GEF way of going to one particular agency. I think we should correct that. Coming back, sorry, your name is Ben, right? If I'm not mistaken, because I have another Ben here. Okay. I fully endorse your statement on the risk-taking aspect of it. We are a development agency. And if we don't take risk, nobody is going to take risk. So we should, I fully request all the members to support that approach of GEF, and I fully admire it and appreciate it too. So having said that, while you're taking risk, it is also critical that as a knowledge-based agency, we should be a little bit more prudent and give the right guidance. Now, you said about co-financing and the 5 million disbursement based on the performance, right? So one question I straight away asked you, when you said co-financing, are you referring to the state co-financing the trust fund, or you're referring to external agencies co-financing or any other agency co-financing? That's my one question. So if you're talking about that co-financing, I would say in the case of, if it is coming from the government, brilliant. If they put it in the, then you should ask them, it should be a condition that it comes into their budgetary allocations. That is going to be critical, because that's where the sustainability is going. Once it enters into the budgetary allocation, there's a very high chance that it will be repeated in every year's annual budget. So it may not be the very high amounts which we would ideally love to have for the fund, but as a capitalization process, but at least something will be flowing in, that practice gets institutionalized. That's part one. If that is one thing which you all should ensure. Number two is that if you're requesting for MDB funds, then we'll have to come clear on that, because they believe coming with their own conditionalities for how to ensure the sustainability. Now, coming to the 5 million disbursement part, I would say that you should not pack that entire 5 million after achieving making, let not good be the enemy of perfect, okay? Or perfect be the enemy of good, whatever you can call it. So I would say, let us go a performance incentive basis. Like if they follow your institutional restructuring program and put the processes and procedures in place, you can probably give $1 million up to them. You see, even if they're going to go back to the market or going to a bank or anywhere, they need to have some sort of a credit worthiness. And that's what you're going to give them, institute them there. So these are my two requests to you all when you all are talking about capitalization and sustainability. Please look into these aspects. And I don't defy or question FAO's credibility, because they're pretty experienced, but there is a huge fad and instinct to give jargons of microfinance companies, because that's a jargon now across all development agencies, including the building which we are sitting in. So I would say that be prudent and see what is feasible and operational. Do your homework. Otherwise, you'll be coming back again after a couple of meetings. Maybe many of us may not be here, telling that this is what happened. So we need an extension. We are still working around it, especially in a conflict situation. It comes in very, very required. This is where what we were discussing on the first day with GEF, talking about private sector participation, where we were telling that we should expand to having agencies like IFC of the World Bank Group, the PSOD of the ADB, the IDB of the IDB Invest of the IDB to come in, because they have that expertise, how to capitalize a fund. They know the business because that is their bread and butter. So bringing in their expertise into the game will be the key thing to help you all proceed for that. So please don't shy away in seeking soliciting that help from these agencies, whichever is relevant there. In Africa, of course, it definitely is going to be IFC for all the purpose, and they'll be too willing to do it because they're part of this group. So these are some of my recommendations, which I would like to put it across and ensure that is done. Otherwise, it is going to be a non-starter. You're going to struggle around. But I would still say the 5 million part, give them an incentive. Otherwise, there is no incentive for them to continue that sustained operation and continue with that institutional reform which you have put in place. That's my only request to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anil. Now we will break back to Chis and Ben. And the first in line, we have Barthelemy requesting the floor virtually. We'll start with him, followed by Stefan. So with that, Ben and Chis, back to you.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, thanks to Yoko-san of Japan for recognizing that there is that this work program is including projects and agencies that have a lot more potential to operate in the BD arena. And on the question of the private sector development, I'm going to ask Carlos Manuel to say a few words on this one. Thanks for very good comments from youth as well as other observers. What we are proposing to do is that from the next council meeting onwards, we will also hold an informal session between the council members and observers prior to the council meeting, like we do with the CSOs. And we'll figure out a good way and a convenient time frame to organize this, so that there is an occasion for interactions as well as a dialogue and sharing of views among the observers. For the GBFF, we do have an enhanced number of permanent observers, and maybe this is a good way, we think, to be able to share views, as well as those of you council members who have the decision-making authority here, to be able to hear the views and perspectives of the observer that are represented in the GBFF. Sorry. Thank you, Victoria, for your comments. On the IFI share, I had mentioned earlier about the third round, saying we will prioritize IFIs as well as CIS and LDCs. And just to give you a figure, in the third selection round, with that, the third selection round share of the IFIs was actually 29%. So there might also be ways for us to continue to use that kind of ways to encourage countries to also work with IFIs for the second tranche and the first selection round, which should be opening very soon over the summer. So, okay, should I say something?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so on the private sector, I will just go ahead and speak. So we're actually very pleased that there is a potential prospective private sector entity that's interested in contributing to the GBFF. And we've gone through our side, the GEF Secretariat side of discussions, and now it is with the trustee and the World Bank side, and it's in the process of due diligence, which is a process for us, the World Bank, to be able to accept any contributions from the private sector and others to come into the funds. So just to let you know, there is progress being made in that particular topic that you had asked about, Yoko-san, and we hope that there should be more coming up within the next months or so. So.
Just thank you, Chiz, and a couple of words on the questions that were and comments which were specific to the projects in the work program. Thank you very much to the Youth Observer for these very relevant comments. Very welcome emphasis on the need to include youth. Actually, two of the projects in this work program are prioritizing youth in the development and support to biobusinesses. So that is built in there, but there's always work to improve, especially in support of youth. And in answer to Anil, again, very grateful for your very rich input. This is very useful recommendations. if I may, I'd like to invite you to put your comments in writing in the review of especially both the African proposals, because then the agency can then address these comments and integrate these comments into the final version of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben and Chis. I'll now give the floor to Barthélemy, who is joining us online. Barthélemy, you have the floor.
Oui, merci donc au secrétariat donc du FEM pour la mise en place de ce fonds qui répond au contexte des pays de la circonscription Afrique centrale et surtout du fait qu'effectivement cette circonscription Afrique centrale est située dans le bassin de Congo. Et vous savez que le bassin de Congo dispose donc d'une potentialité en termes de biodiversité, hein, qui joue pleinement son rôle dans la séquestration du carbone, dans la régularisation du climat et éventuellement dans la sauvegarde, bien évidemment, des espèces en voie d'extinction. Et donc, ce financement est donc une opportunité pour ce pays parce qu'il doit nécessairement attirer l'attention des membres du Conseil et éventuellement des observateurs pour que ces investissements du GBBF soient véritablement orientés dans ce bassin donc du Congo, qui joue le rôle aujourd'hui de deuxième poumon, deuxième puits donc du carbone après donc l'Amazonie. Cela doit nécessairement nous interpeller et interpeller les membres du Conseil, éventuellement les observateurs et les agences d'exécution pour qu'effectivement que ce bassin soit réellement donc soutenu afin de protéger donc la planète pour qu'effectivement que la planète puisse donc être sauvée de différentes pressions, etc. Et donc, nous nous réjouissons déjà donc, des financements qui sont octroyés par le GEF de ce GBB. Et nous citons bien évidemment les pays, la RD Congo, Centrafrique, dans le cadre par exemple de renforcement donc, des interventions dans le TNS. Le TNS, c'est le trinational qui regroupe trois pays. Nous avons le Congo, la Centrafrique, éventuellement donc le Cameroun. Et donc, nous nous réjouissons bien évidemment de ce financement déjà qui est en cours et qui pourra véritablement galvaniser des interventions en faveur de la biodiversité pour sauver donc la biodiversité de ce bassin et sauver l'humanité. Je vous remercie, Noémie.
Merci beaucoup, Barthélemy. Nous continuons en français avec Stéphane, followed by Joao. Stéphane, vous avez la parole.
Merci Noémie. Donc vous pouvez garder vos casques, hein, je vais parler français effectivement. Donc j'ai pas de questions supplémentaires à poser par rapport à tout ce qui a déjà été mis sur la table, mais je voudrais souligner les quelques points d'importance pour nous. Tout d'abord, exprimer notre appréciation pour le travail accompli et ce programme de travail qui démontre que le GBFF continue à monter en puissance et que cette montée en puissance ne se fait pas au détriment des différents objectifs qui réussissent à être conciliés. Donc, c'est une montée en puissance à la fois quantitative et qualitative. Alors évidemment, tout n'est pas parfait, il reste des points d'amélioration. Du côté des points positifs, on en a parlé, il y a la large couverture des cibles du cadre de Kunming-Montréal. Il y a aussi l'attention portée aux IPLC qu'on salue. Du côté des points d'amélioration, là aussi ça a été rappelé par beaucoup d'intervenants, il y a le retard sur la cible LDC SEEDS. Je ne vais pas rappeler dans quel contexte cette cible a été négociée il y a 2 ans, mais pour nous, effectivement, la vraie cible, c'est bien 39%, c'est pas 36%. Beaucoup de collègues également ont rappelé le retard sur les IFIS, sur lequel Chizolo a déjà répondu, de même que les cofinancements. Je voudrais appuyer l'intervention de l'Allemagne. Effectivement, là aussi, même si ce n'est pas une cible formelle, nous souhaiterions voir autant de cofinancement que possible dans les prochains programmes de travail. Et puis pour terminer, je voudrais aussi appuyer l'intervention de la Norvège sur la nécessaire diversification des agences et éviter que, comme dans les autres fonds fiduciaires, une part trop importante aille à une ou deux agences. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. I'll now give the floor to Joao, followed by the IPLC GBFF observer. Joao, floor is yours.
Gracias, Noemi. Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador support the approval of the GBFF work program and commend the Secretariat and the agencies involved for the quality and relevance of the project proposals. We welcome in particular the responsiveness to country needs and the emphasis on equity and inclusivity. As mega-diverse countries with significant commitments under the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, our constituency reiterates the strategic importance of the GBFF in helping bridge the considerable biodiversity finance gap. The current capitalization, approximately $386 million, represents less than 0.2% of the estimated annual resources needed under Target 19 of KMGBF. This highlights the urgent need to scale up contributions from both public and private sources. As may be recalled, the broader context in which this session of the GBFF is taking place is particularly concerning. According to figures presented at the ECOSOC Forum on Financing for Development earlier this month, official development assistance declined by 7% last year, while global military expenditures increased by 9%, reaching an all-time per capita high. These trends underscore the urgency of reaffirming and upholding international commitments to sustainable development financing, including for biodiversity. In this regard, it is essential that the resource mobilization strategy does not place disproportionate emphasis on private finance expectations at the expense of the core responsibility of developed countries to provide financial resources to developing countries as established under Articles 20 and 21 of the CDB. We take note that only a subset of traditional GEF donors have contributed so far and encourage broader engagement. We also emphasize the importance of IPLCs. As stewards of much of the world's biodiversity, their effective participation, not solely as beneficiaries, but especially as leaders of projects, is key to the success of the framework. We particularly would like to welcome the fact that the portfolio has already surpassed the original target of allocating 20% of total resources to support actions by IPLCs, having now reached 32%, an important achievement that reflects the growing recognition of their central role in biodiversity conservation. Building on this progress, we believe it is timely to further strengthen their participation and promote more direct access to funding within the GBFF portfolio. We would also like to recall the importance of the principle of self-determination, as well as the need to consult and engage directly with representatives of IPLCs themselves. To facilitate this, we would kindly suggest that the auxiliary body could support in providing guidance given its diverse composition and its potential to bring valuable perspectives to the discussion on enhancing the meaningful engagement of IPLCs across the project cycle. We also note that some projects under the current work program are situated in fragile or conflicted affected areas. In such contexts, we believe it is important to reaffirm the environmental nature of the GBFF's mandate. Interventions should continue to be guided by principles of neutrality and transparency, implemented in a manner that is apolitical, respectful of international law, and fully aligned with the consent and priorities of the countries concerned. While working in challenging environments may raise legitimate concerns, it is also important to recognize that assuming a degree of risk is inherent to the fund's catalytic function, particularly when the goal is to unlock new and additional sources of finance, including private and blended capital. What matters for us is that risk is acknowledged, transparently managed, and aligned with the fund's mandate and safeguards. In this context, we would also like to echo the intervention made by India and emphasize the value of a balanced yet forward-looking approach to risk. We reaffirm thus our strong commitment to the GBFF and to its role in delivering on the ambition of the Global Biodiversity Framework, particularly for megadiverse countries and those with significant IPLC populations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joao. I will now give the floor to Ramon, who will be speaking on behalf of the indigenous peoples and locals community GBFF observers. Ramon, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Ramson.
Ramson, thank you.
I speak on behalf of the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. First, we appreciate and reiterate Lesotho, New Zealand, and Brazil and others' intervention on more inclusion of indigenous peoples and local communities' visibility in the GBFF project. In addition, the IIFB, we continue to support, we appreciate the GEF to continue to support the attendance and the observation of these meetings to contribute to the GEF GBFF Council meetings. As indigenous peoples and local communities, constituency is one of the biggest represented globally and are custodians of lands and territories that hold significant portion of the present global biodiversity, in possession also of different life views, knowledge systems, and experiences that needs full recognition and promotion. To make way to such discussions like this one, we continue to call for a more direct resources to support our efforts. While we appreciate the 20% aspirational share of the total Global Biodiversity Framework Fund to support actions by indigenous peoples and local communities, for greater impacts, IFB requests for the GEF to create more time, space, and allocate resources to IPs and LCs to discuss its governance and deliverance and recommend a more direct access on the ground, the intended recipient groups, and actions to be supported. Finally, the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity reiterated the importance of more representation of IPs and LCs from at least all regions, similar to IFB's request in other initiatives, such as during the creation of Kali Fund and the permanent body on Article 8J. Such a body will be instrumental to the GBFF fund in decision-making and use of the 20% aspirational share of the GBF fund to support actions by indigenous peoples and local communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ramson. And now I will give the floor to Samantha and then back to Cheese and Ben. Samantha, floor is yours.
Thanks, Noemi. We welcome the report on the GBF and congratulate the seeds countries who have been approved thus far as part of the 36%. This funding is critical as it complements our biodiversity star funds, which up to GEF 7 amounted to less than $4 million over a replenishment cycle. We note, however, that only 4 Caribbean seeds have been approved for the first tranche. We therefore echo the need for greater geographic balance in GBF funding. In that regard, we look forward to seeing a larger number of Caribbean seeds included in the second tranche.
Thank you very much, Samantha. And I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So back to you, Chase and Ben.
Thank you very much. So one item that's been brought up is regarding the role of the auxiliary body, right? And just as a reminder, the council approved the terms of reference for the auxiliary body as well as the advisory group. And auxiliary body is to provide technical advice and recommendations to the GBF Council in a comprehensive as well as independent manner. And the council actually can decide to give a specific request as well as tasks to the topics to carry out specific analytical tasks to be presented to the council for its consideration to the auxiliary body. So this is in the hands of the council to deliberate should you think that this is a process that you would want to undertake into the future.
Thanks to both Ben and Chase for the exchange with the council members, and thanks all council members for your observations and comments. There's a lot of notes that we took out of this exchange. Thank you for that. Having completed the discussion on the work program, I would like to invite council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GEF/GBFF 04/02. I see no objections in the room. Decisions approved. Thank you so much. With this, we move to agenda. Thanks, Ben and Chisa. To agenda item number 5, formulative evaluation of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund and management response. I'll pass it over to my co-chair. Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel, and thank you also to Ben and Chizuru for those responses. I'd like to invite now Gita, who's just coming up to the table, to introduce document GEF GBFF/E/C04/01, the formative evaluation of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Over to you, Gita. Yep.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to all of you, council, observers, auxiliary body, new governance of the structure. The GEF's Independent Evaluation Office is pleased to present our first evaluation of the GBFF, and we call it a formative review at this stage. And the reason we call it a formative evaluation is because there are no real outputs, outcomes, or impacts to report on, but it is typically conducted during an early development or early implementation of a program. I want to point out that we did this in record time because we were waiting for projects to get through the process. Anupam Anand is the lead. He's been our biodiversity specialist in our office for 14 years. We have Zilke Hoyser and Eki Ramadan. This was the team that worked with 2 senior consultants on this evaluation. Next year, we will have a little more on quality at entry, look at the role of the governance structure, the auxiliary body, et cetera, in next year's evaluation. Next slide, please. So as we just saw in that video this morning, the GBFF was established under the mandate of the CBD COP15 to complement the GEF Trust Fund to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. The fund focuses on the implementation of the KMGBF to provide rapid financing to priority areas. The fund, more importantly, operates on the principles of adequacy, predictability, and the timely disbursement of funds. And this is what we've looked at in the course of this evaluation. Next slide, please. So what have we looked at? What has this formative evaluation focused on? We focused on the GBFF strategy. We've looked at resource mobilization in relation to COP decisions taken. We've looked at targeting, the target areas addressed through these different projects, the processes, the design, and the project approved through the first tranche from August 2023 to March 2025. Since the GBFF program per se and the fund doesn't have a theory of change, the IEO developed its own theory of change to guide us with a framework and influence our own conceptual thinking about how to evaluate this fund. And as with all our evaluations, the GBFF evaluation benefited from all the work that the IEO does in using a mixed methods approach. I'm handing over to Anupam to go over the findings.
Thank you, Geeta, and good morning, everyone. The evaluation portfolio comprises of 40 projects from the 3 rounds. The total financing is around 201.6 million that leveraged co-finance of 530.7 million with a co-financing ratio of 2.63. The median funding per project is 3.9 million. So far, Latin America and the Caribbean has the highest share of funding. The GBFF has a strong strategic alignment with global and national biodiversity priorities. GBFF projects also align with the national biodiversity plans and the national biodiversity targets. It prioritizes LDCs, SIDS, and IPLCs. Nearly half of the GBFF resources are allocated to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework Action Area 1, focused on conservation, restoration, and spatial planning. Action Area 4, which addresses resource mobilization and policy engagement, is underrepresented. Approximately 1/3 of the projects seek to mainstream biodiversity into sectoral policies and deliver socioeconomic co-benefits. To provide more details, most projects focus on Action Area 1, followed by Action Area 2, that focuses on IPLC's stewardship, both in terms of number of projects and also the total project funding. Even within the small portfolio of 40 projects, it is worth highlighting that areas such as invasive and alien species management, biosafety, access and benefit sharing are receiving attention. The GBFF builds on GEF lessons, and the GBFF informs the proposed GEF 9 strategy, thereby facilitating mutual learning. In terms of project design, the GBFF projects are similar to GEF 8 biodiversity projects. The evaluation notes the absence of a formal, coherent strategy to identify and leverage synergies between the GEF Trust Fund and GBFF, which risks fragmenting resources. The share of resources for LDCs and SIDS meets the 36% of the 36 plus 3% target. The targets set for the engagement with IFIs have not been met yet. The GBFF has allocated 30% of resources to IPLCs that exceeds the aspirational target of 20%. And the evaluation also noted strong integration of gender considerations in the CEO endorsed projects. So far, the GBFF has relied exclusively on funding from traditional donors and subnational contributor, such as the government of Quebec. Engagement with private sector and philanthropic organizations remains limited at this stage. At the portfolio level, 37% of GBFF projects prioritize or allocate resources towards resource mobilization activities, including indicating a gap in efforts to broaden and diversify funding. Limited per project funding presents a key challenge, particularly in terms of scaling up impact. Since GBFF is still in its formative phase, its full value and potential are likely to be evident only after full capitalization and implementation. We note that GBFF projects report against GEF 8 core indicators, which do not fully capture the fund's unique goals. The evaluation calls for tailored indicators to better reflect GBFF priorities, such as IPLC's benefits, benefit sharing, policy mainstreaming, and key drivers of change. The monitoring framework also needs a strengthening and closer alignment with the recently approved KMGBF indicators under the CBD COP. The GBFF was launched in record time with a median project approval time of 5.3 months, much faster than the GEF 8's 17.4 months. However, this speed may delay implementation, as 22% of the projects have already requested force majeure extensions, nearly double that of GEF 8. Still, the GBFF shows high administrative efficiency, leveraging the GEF's institutional systems and expertise. Now I invite Geeta to present the conclusions and recommendations.
Thanks, Anupam. So at this early stage, we've noticed a number of strengths of the GBFF. As Anupam just highlighted, rapid operationalization with GEF support in record time, a clear focus on KMGBF objectives. At this stage, we've seen quite a bit of value addition by aligning strategically with the GEF. More can be done here, though. And a very inclusive approach supporting and targeting resources to IPLCs, to SIDS, and to LDCs. We do see opportunities at this early stage as more projects are getting rolled out for improvement. First, and this is a recurring theme, on diversifying and enhancing the donor base. These are tough times, but we'll just have to see how it plays out. Second, even stronger and better alignment between the GBFF and the GEF Trust Fund. And third, expanding and refining the monitoring and results framework to track progress more effectively. The more important thing is to be able to truly demonstrate the value addition that this fund adds. So based on these findings and conclusions, we developed 3 recommendations, which we discussed with the GEF Secretariat, and they will provide the management response. But the first one is to maximize impact and actually reduce the potential for fragmentation. The GBFF should adopt a clearly defined coordinated strategy that enhances the coherence and complementarity with the GEF Trust Funds programming. The second, and this one recommendation is actually consistent with a COP decision taken, that the GBFF should develop a resource mobilization strategy that supports the KMGBF target to increase biodiversity-related international financial resources from all sources, including IFIs and non-sovereign contributors. And thirdly, the GBFF should take additional measures to clarify project selection criteria and key performance indicators to ensure consistent and comparable assessments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Geeta, and Razan for those presentations. I would now like to hand over to Razan. Is that correct? Yes. To introduce the document GEF/GBFF 04/05, the management response to the formative evaluation of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Razan Nimir. I'm a biodiversity specialist at the GEF Secretariat, and I'm very pleased to present the management response to the IO evaluation for the GBFF. So the GEF Secretariat welcomes the IO's formative evaluation of the GBFF. The Secretariat appreciates the evaluation's recognition of the GBFF's rapid operationalization and improvements in project approval speed and streamlining. We are also very encouraged that the evaluation highlights that the GBFF adds value through its alignment with the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, its inclusive approach, and its targeted support for priority country groups. The GEF Secretariat is in agreement on 2 recommendations and in partial agreement with 1 recommendation. Recommendation 1 calls for a strategy that enhances coherence and complementarity with the GEF Trust Fund programming. The GEF Secretariat is in agreement. Monitoring, reporting, knowledge management, and learning process are already fully aligned across the GEF family of funds. At the same time, the GEF Trust Fund channels its programming through 5 focal areas, providing predictable support through set-aside allocations. While the GBFF focuses on biodiversity, operates through a competitive process, and can leverage resources from all sources. Looking ahead, the GEF Secretariat will continue to strengthen the existing coherence and complementarity between the GBFF and the GEF Trust Funds programming. The second recommendation suggests that the GBFF should develop a resource mobilization strategy. The GEF Secretariat is in partial agreement. We would like to note that resource mobilization responsibility for the KMGBF does not rest solely with the GEF. As decided at CBD COP15, the GBFF represents only one part of a broader effort that parties have agreed to undertake. In addition, the recommendation to include international financing institutions as direct financial contributors is not fully consistent with guidance under CBD COP Decision 15/7, which refers to IFIs in their role as GEF agencies instead. Having said that, we do agree with the importance of expanding and diversifying the GBFF's funding base. To this end, the GEF Secretariat would like to highlight that we have onboarded a dedicated staff member for GBFF resource mobilization in March this year. And in fact, a draft strategy for GBFF resource mobilization is already under development. The third recommendation suggests that the GBFF should take additional measures to clarify project selection criteria and key performance indicators to ensure consistent and comparable assessments. The GEF Secretariat is in agreement. The Council has set out 7 selection criteria and 3 portfolio level targets to guide project review. The GEF Secretariat plans to continue the organization of information sessions and webinars, and in line with this recommendation, further clarification will be provided on differences with the GEF Trust Fund and the competitive nature of the GBFF. The GBFF Council may discuss later today needs to enhance the GBFF results framework to improve the ability to monitor and report on the GBF contribution to the implementation of the KMGBF. The GEF Secretariat remains committed to responding to any request the Council may make in this regard. Allow me to conclude by highlighting the alignment of the IEO's evaluation with ongoing efforts by the GEF Secretariat. The Secretariat will use evidence gathered and recommendations provided to further strengthen GBFF's programming and impact, and we will track progress on the implementation of these recommendations. With many thanks to the IEO, I now hand the floor back to the co-chair.
Thank you very much, Razan, for that presentation on the management response. I would now like to open the floor for any questions and comments. Over to you, Naomi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. And I see that Yoko-san have requested the floor. Floor is yours.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Noemi, and thank you to the IEO and as well as GEF Secretariat for the presentation and the submission of the first formative evaluation of the GBFF. We basically agree with the Secretariat's response. The GBFF is established to support the implementation of the GBF, especially in developing countries. Its most distinctive feature is that it can receive funding from non-government institutions. However, given the lack of contributions from the private sector and the philanthropy organizations, further promotion and awareness raising activities are necessary. We think it would be effective to incorporate the GBF indicators into the GBFF evaluation, as this would also be beneficial for reporting to the CBD COP. We expect that the regional balance will be further considered and ensured in the selections of the second tranche, as well as fair and productive projects to be selected. We would also like to note regarding the IEO formative evaluation report, uses the concept and the wording of mega diverse in a way that leaves an impression as if there is an evaluation criteria of whether a country is mega diverse or not. The concept of mega diverse is not used either in the programming directions for the GBFF, nor in the KMGBF itself. Since the purpose of the GBFF is not only to benefit biodiversity-rich countries, this wording and concept should not be used in this formative evaluation report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yoko-san. Stéphane, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup. I'm going to speak in French. Donc, merci à l'AIO pour ce rapport. Alors, le Japon facilite beaucoup mon travail puisque ma première remarque, c'est de complètement appuyer ce qu'ils viennent de dire sur le terme mega diverse, qui apparaît 19 fois dans le rapport. Et pour nous, c'est 19 fois de trop. Je ne vais pas rappeler tous les arguments du Japon, mais je m'inscris complètement en ligne avec leur intervention. La deuxième expression qui nous gêne un peu dans le rapport, c'est quand il est dit que le GBFF needs to fill a critical gap. Sous-entendu, le gap de financement du cadre de Kunming-Montréal repose en grande partie sur le GBFF. Et ça participe un peu de la lecture qu'en a fait le délégué brésilien sur le précédent item. Lecture là aussi que nous contestons formellement. Le GBFF participe à la cible 19D, il y contribue, mais il n'y a aucune cible quantitative, ni en montant, ni en pourcentage. Et donc, il me semble que nous devons surtout porter notre attention sur les indicateurs qualitatifs. Cela étant, ça ne change rien au fait que nous soutenons la poursuite de la montée en puissance du GBFF et que cela suppose aussi de mobiliser davantage de ressources. et ce à quoi, bien sûr, nous sommes tout à fait favorables. De ce point de vue, nous entendons les arguments du secrétariat. Oui, si la personne pouvait fermer son téléphone, s'il vous plaît. Nous entendons les arguments du secrétariat sur le fait qu'il n'est pas de sa responsabilité de mobiliser davantage de donateurs. Nous sommes d'accord avec cette lecture. Cela dit, je pense que certaines choses pourraient être faites et décidées par le secrétariat avec l'appui du Conseil. Par exemple, s'agissant des IFIS, je pense qu'on a tous d'accord et on en a plusieurs fois parlé ce matin déjà sur leur faire une part plus importante dans les programmes de travail et rechercher davantage de cofinancement. Donc certes, ça n'augmentera pas le funding, le financement du GBFF, mais ça augmentera les outflows, les outputs. La deuxième chose que nous voudrions proposer, c'est quelque chose que nous avons exprimé il y a quelques semaines à la réunion GEF 9. Ce serait de réfléchir à l'établissement d'un cycle de reconstitution du GBFF. Par exemple, un cycle de reconstitution de 4 ans qui pourrait être synchronisé avec celui du Trust Fund principal. Nous pensons encore une fois que cette approche aurait beaucoup de mérite, tant pour les pays potentiellement contributeurs que les pays potentiellement bénéficiaires. Et par ailleurs, je voudrais en profiter pour glisser un appel plus général à tous les contributeurs éventuels qui souhaiteraient pledger pour la première fois ou pour la seconde fois au GBFF. Nous-mêmes, la France, nous avons contribué une fois l'année dernière, mais nous réfléchissons à un autre pledge. Et par ailleurs, il me semble important de souligner que les pledges ne sont pas réservés aux contributeurs traditionnels du GEF. Toutes les bonnes volontés sont appréciées, d'où qu'elles viennent. Je pense en particulier aux grands pays émergents. Et pour terminer, deux petites questions. La première, c'est au secrétariat. Donc, si vous avez des précisions sur le calendrier de recrutement de l'expert en mobilisation des ressources au sein du groupe consultatif. Et la deuxième question, toujours sur le groupe consultatif, puisque la deuxième catégorie de membres n'a pas reçu de candidature, quelle suite comptez-vous donner? Est-ce qu'un nouvel appel à candidature va être fait sans passer par le Conseil, par exemple? Voilà, c'est tout pour moi. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. I'll now give the floor to Nicolas, followed by Regina. Nicolas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Germany would also like to thank the IEO for this insightful evaluation, which is very timely, and also the management response to it. We think it's very important that GBFF and the GEF Trust Fund have very clearly defined roles and complement each other in biodiversity. And we understand that this evaluation indicates that this is currently not sufficiently the case. And we therefore welcome the Secretariat's willingness to strengthen this in GEF 9. I think it's an interesting point the IEO made on the indicators, that those should potentially be differentiated. And overall, I guess the programming directions also have to reflect that very clearly in GEF 9, what the different tasks of the GEF Trust Fund Biodiversity Focal Area and the GBFF. We're also concerned about the mentioning of possible implementation delays due to the GBFF approval structure. Of course, we're now discussing in GEF 9 to have that approval structure for the whole GEF family of funds. So we have to keep a very clear eye on such delays, because that could undermine the whole idea of streamlining behind that approach. And we understand that resource mobilization is difficult, especially from the private sector. But broadening the contributory base to new countries and to the private sector and philanthropy piece has to be a focus to ensure financial sustainability for the GBFF. And we welcome that for this purpose, a resource mobilization officer has been hired. At the same time, it has to be clear that the GBFF can only play a limited and specialized role in implementing the KM-GBF. The largest parts for KM-GBF implementation will have to come from bilateral cooperation and from MDBs. Thank you.
Many thanks, Nicolas. I'll now give the floor to Regina, followed by Rebecca. Regina, tienes la palabra.
Gracias, Noemi. Thank you. The constituency thanks the Independent Evaluation Office for this timely and comprehensive formative evaluation of the GBFF. We recognize and appreciate the GBFF's rapid operationalization and its strong alignment with the goals and structure of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. In this regard, we wish to highlight the importance of receiving direct, actionable feedback when projects proposals are not approved. We believe this would allow country teams to strengthen future submissions and to have clearer, more specific guidance on how to incorporate GBFF selections criteria into project proposals, ensuring better alignment and avoiding the inefficient use of resources during the preparation processes. We would also kindly invite the IEO to elaborate further on the finding that early stage projects often lack robust theories of change, metrics, and performance benchmarks. This information would be extremely useful for those of us who review and assess proposals, as it would help us provide more targeted guidance to national teams and agencies. As we prepare for the launch of the second programming tranche, we believe it is critical to ensure that project designs are well-grounded, results-oriented, and aligned with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework expectations. Finally, we support the management's response commitment to improving guidance on selection criteria and performance indicators. We encourage the Secretariat and the IEO to continue engaging with constituencies to strengthen collective learning and to ensure that the GBFF can deliver high-quality, transformative biodiversity outcomes. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Regina. I will now give the floor to Rebecca, and then we will break to some responses from the Secretariat and the IEO. Rebecca, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. We would like to thank the IEO for putting this formative evaluation together. It's very helpful to have a stock take of how the fund is performing to date. As we work to develop the GBFF together, it was a key priority for Canada to advance an inclusive and whole of society approach. We are glad to see that these expectations were met and that the fund is delivering on strong gender equality outcomes and already meeting its portfolio targets for funding SIDS and LDCs and funding directed towards Indigenous peoples. We are also pleased that the GBFF is demonstrating strong alignment with global and national priorities, and we would encourage the Secretariat to continue to identify how the GBFF is complementary to the GEF Trust Fund. Showing the fund's value add will be important, particularly in attracting new donors. In line with this, we support the 3 recommendations made by the IEO and are glad to see that they are already being taken up by the Secretariat. While we look forward to the GBFF resource mobilization strategy and welcome the onboarding of a dedicated staff for GBFF resource mobilization, like France and Germany, we would like to reemphasize that the GBFF is only one part in closing the biodiversity financing gap. A common theme today is that we note the overall private sector engagement of the GBFF portfolio significantly lower than the GEF 8 biodiversity portfolio. A question is, how can we leverage the private sector engagement from the biodiversity focal area and the GEF Trust Fund for the GBFF? And with Japan and France, we would like to echo the comments on the use of mega biodiverse in the evaluation. Thank you.
Many thanks, Rebecca. So I will now give the floor to Ghassan, followed by the IEO for reactions, and then we will go back to the floor.
Thank you very much, esteemed council members, for all the valuable comments. Let me start with questions and comments on the resource mobilization and the need to leverage additional resources and to diversify the GBFF's funding base. So we fully agree on the need to diversify the GBFF's funding, and basically the GBFF has been established to accept contributions on a rolling basis from diverse set of potential donors, including private sector, non-sovereign, philanthropic sources. And in fact, the GBFF is the first fund within the GEF family of funds that can accept contributions from non-sovereign sources. So to support the GBFF capitalization and to scale up biodiversity finance for the implementation of the KMGBF, as I mentioned, we have onboarded a dedicated staff for resource mobilization, and a draft for resource mobilization strategies under development, and this will be further discussed and presented in the on the agenda item 3 on the progress report in the afternoon session. Then on the questions for, sorry. Yeah, on the question to integrate KMGBF aligned indicators into the GBFF monitoring and evaluation system. So we also agree on that. Currently, the results framework for the GBFF includes 11 GEF Trust Funds core indicators, as well as indicators on project cycle performance that are used to monitor implementation performance for the GBFF. So the afternoon session under the agenda item 3 again on the progress report will also discuss the importance or the need to enhance the GBFF results framework to monitor and report on the GBFF contribution to the implementation of the KMGBF. So this is being very well considered, and it will be discussed in the afternoon session as well. On issues regarding the complementarity with the GEF Trust Fund and the GBFF. So I think it's important to note that the strategic complementarity with the GEF Trust Fund was carefully considered and explicitly reflected from the outset from the establishment of the GBFF. The GBFF programming directions were designed to focus on 8 thematic action areas that have actually been identified to address gaps in the support of the GBF implementation through GEF 8 programming. Some elements of the complementarity between the GEF Trust Fund and the GBFF are more straightforward. For example, the GEF Trust Fund's channels its programming through 5 focal areas. And this includes, of course, the biodiversity, the climate change, land degradation, chemicals and waste, and international waters, as well as integrated programs. So it provides predictable support to countries through set-aside resource allocations, helping them to meet their commitment to the multilateral environmental agreements. In contrast, the GBFF focuses exclusively on biodiversity to support the implementation of the KMGBF through its 8 action areas, and it operates through a competitive process. So it's positioned to leverage resources from all sources, as I mentioned, including the private sector and the philanthropic. So looking ahead, we do agree that we need to continue to strengthen the existing coherence and complementarity between the GBFF and the GEF Trust Fund programming. And indeed, the GEF 9 replenishment negotiations present a great opportunity to advance this discussion within the broader framework of the GEF family of funds principle. And this is already reflected in the draft GEF 9 strategic positioning and programming directions, and will be further refined as the replenishment negotiations moves forward. And just to respond to the question from France on the nominations for the non-contributing members to the advisory group. So this is also will be covered on the agenda item 3 on the progress report in the afternoon session. Okay. Yeah, with that, I hand the floor back to the co-chair.
Many thanks, Razan. So Gita, will you take the floor? Floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you for alerting us to the terminology of, having used the term mega diverse countries. And it's just that in the course of our evaluation work, we do just go back sometimes to the scientific literature to say what it states, et cetera, and look at that. We don't use it as a criteria, and we do follow objectives based. So we will be following what the guidance is from the convention, et cetera. But we just use it and also refer to what the literature is talking about in this context. I just want to make that clear, but we take your point and well noted for future evaluations. Thank you for reminding us on that. And on France, on the resource mobilization aspect, we had a long discussion also, and we recognize that this is one mechanism to raise resources, and we just were following what the COP's decision was also, and just looking at the efforts being made in resource mobilization in relation to the COP decision. And I think that's it from our side. Thank you.
Many thanks, Razan and Gita. I will now give the floor to the GBFF observer of philanthropic and conservation organizations, followed by the youth GBFF observers. So I believe, Catalina, you have the floor.
Dear Chair and distinguished delegates, thanks again to give me the opportunity to take the floor. We want to highlight the formative evaluation, which we consider that is very relevant in this current momentum to take a break for reflection and strengthen the dynamic and active trajectory of the GBFF. In relation to the resource mobilization strategy recommendation, we consider that can be important with a focus on analysis rather than a strategy. This analysis will contribute to have stronger scenarios of GBFF sustainable finance. And obviously, this must be closely as possible with the Kunming-Montreal GBF resource mobilization strategy agreed at COP 16.2, considering the need to close the financial gap and not only a diversity of financial resources, but also a diverse mechanisms to mobilize resources, including innovative scheme. It will be valuable if, as part of this analysis, the GBFF could consider how to encourage all international actors and implementation agencies to report more transparently and frequently on international biodiversity finance from all sources, as the lack of data available means barriers to set a trajectory to increase finance without a clear baseline. In terms of efficiency, it will be interesting to find synergies with GEF Trust Fund for replenishment GEF 9 in terms of monitoring, reporting, knowledge management, and learning. But it's important to take into account the difference between their scope and their mandates. At the moment, the GBFF is the core instrument to implement the GBF, while GEF Trust Fund is an additional mechanism. Therefore, the implementation of this recommendation should inform that the unique role of GBFF is vis-a-vis the GEF Trust Fund and vice versa. By identifying the unique roles of each, they can work towards as comprehensive funding coverage as possible of the needs, avoid duplication, and build synergies and cooperation, even to explore whether there is a funding pipeline progression that could be considered from GBFF to GEF Trust Fund for larger funding amounts for scales and impacts. Finally, I would like to highlight the importance of considering recommendation 3. The GBFF should take additional measures to clarify project selection criteria and keep performance indicators aligned with Kunming-Montreal GBF indicators. Without increasing the burden of projects, more clarity on their impact on people is essential to understand the connections and opportunity for improvement between livelihoods and financing of nature, as well as to continue to forge a stronger accountability, transparency, and to deliver improvement. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Catalina. I will now give the floor to the Youth GBFF Observer, followed by Anders. Aitor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. I represent the youth observers, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. We welcome and appreciate the work of the EO office and the first formative evaluation of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. We would like to offer a few brief reflections regarding the report. First, we respectfully recommend more accurate language when referring to concepts such as direct allocation of resources, involvement, participation, and support to actions by indigenous peoples. And the same applies also to references to women and youth. These terms are not interchangeable, and their distinctions are highly relevant and sensitive to our agendas. We kindly recommend that future evaluations include a glossary with clear definitions, and that terminology used needs to be consistent with the findings from the project review and further project implementation assessments. Second, we express concern about the absence of an assessment of the role of observers in the GBFF. Observers' participation represents an important innovation in the governance structure of the GBFF, in contrast with other GEF trust funds. However, the lack of an initial evaluation leaves important gaps in understanding both how observers themselves perceive their role and how the Council envisions their participation. Finally, we also express concern about observers not having been included among stakeholders interviewed. The interviewed list appear heavily correlated toward the GEF Secretariat and implementation agencies, which may have introduced a degree of bias. We therefore kindly recommend that future evaluations include an analysis of the role of observers and ensure their inclusion in stakeholders' consultations as well. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Aether. I'll now give the floor to Anders, followed by Andrea. Anders, floor is yours.
Thank you. I can be quite brief. Sweden welcomes the IEO report, very useful as always. We note with concern the unclarity in effectiveness as reflected in point 10 in the report. Furthermore, it's important to make full use of the comparative advantages of the GBFF compared to the GEF while avoiding duplication. And finally, in line with Germany, we would therefore welcome more clearly distinguished roles between the GEF and GBFF. Thank you.
Many thanks, Anders. And I'll now give the floor to Andrea, followed by Jonas. Andrea, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the formative evaluation, which we also find extremely useful, and we agree with the management response to the evaluation. I can also be very brief because comments have been covered, particularly around the need to ramp up resources, the need for alignment with the GEF Trust Fund, and the comments on the use of the term mega diverse. Just on the resource mobilisation strategy, which we support, we are interested in how this will be informed by the CBD's resource mobilisation strategy for the KMGBF, and I think the representative from Philanthropies has also mentioned this as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Next in line, we will have Jonas, followed by CBD, Jibin, and then Joao. Jonas, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Our constituency thanks the IEO for the comprehensive evaluation of the GBFF, while formative. We support all three recommendations from the IEO, including on the need for a resource mobilization strategy. For us, the main purpose of our resource mobilization strategy for the GBFF would be to continue exploring how we can better succeed in exploring other sources of finance apart from the traditional donors. So as such, the GEF should amplify and diversify its efforts on cracking the code of attracting private contributions, so not just co-finance. It's still important to note, since it's been discussed and also there was some reference to it in the report, that the GBFF is not in itself responsible for reaching target 19A under the GBF, but as mentioned by others as well. We also support the comments made by Japan and others on the use of the term mega biodiverse. It's to our knowledge not a clear, it's a term that also in the scientific literature doesn't have a clear agreed upon definition, but moreover, this is not a scientific body, it's a political body, and I think we we don't have it as referenced in the CBD either. So yeah, well, this has already been raised. We just have a couple of questions to the Secretariat. As part of the planned resource mobilization strategy, would the GEF consider exploring and potentially proposing for Council consideration some concrete incentives for the private sector that may contribute to better enlisting their contributions? Secondly, the GEF response mentions work on a strategy with regard to non-sovereign contributions. If correct, what is the status for this? The management response also mentions that the GBFF Council may discuss needs to enhance the GBFF results framework to improve the ability to monitor and report on the GBFF contribution towards the implementation of the KM-GBF. Does the Secretariat have any concrete proposals which could inform our discussions on this? Lastly, in terms of synergies between the GBFF and the GEF, we look forward to a clear delineation of responsibilities in the programming proposal for GEF 9. But overall, thank you very much for the evaluation, which is very promising for the path going forward for GBFF. And we're, of course, very impressed by how quickly the GBFF came up and running. And it's clearly highlighted in the report, the strengths of the GBFF. Just want to emphasize that so I don't come across as negative in any way. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jonas. I'll now give the floor to the CBD, followed by Joao. Jibin, floor is yours. Yeah, you're good to go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, like others, we welcome evaluation report and the management response. We take a floor we want to advise the council that the CBD COP16 adopted a very comprehensive framework of monitoring the implementation of KM-GBF and with a lot of indicators. And we have noticed that the current framework used for GBF fund was developed prior adoption of this framework and the indicators. And so we think it might worthwhile to rethink about this indicator being used and see whether there could be some common ground for monitoring. I also want to inform the council that we are currently preparing a global report and for a global review of the implementation of KM-GBF. One question, because I'm kind of focal point at the CBD Secretariat and GEF, released how much GEF has been contributed to implementation and progress made so far. And I was like, we don't really have kind of a system do that to get the information or have that kind of a reporting system. And so that's, we really want to like, how to say, encourage, urge GEF Secretary to put some efforts in this regard. So in the future, we would be able to see like how much contribution GEF is making. And the current system is built on GEF 8 program indicators. And you do have a lot of innovations in other areas in terms of governance, in terms of programming, project cycle. Perhaps this is the area you could put some thoughts in. Thank you.
Thank you, Yevin. Joao, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Noemi. Our constituency would like to thank the IEO for its insightful report on the GBFF and also to commend the Secretariat for its constructive and balanced response. We reiterate that the GBFF was established as a key instrument to support the implementation of the KM-GBF and currently stands as the main dedicated biodiversity fund, particularly in the absence of the dedicated financial mechanism foreseen under Article 21 of the CDB. In this context, we believe it is legitimate to reflect on whether the scale of current funding is adequate to meet the ambition and scope of the framework, especially considering the indicative resource needs identified under Target 19, which provides a useful quantitative benchmark for what will be required to achieve the qualitative goals set out in the framework. We also underline that countries with high levels of biodiversity, megadiverse countries, many of which face significant implementation challenges, are essential to the delivery of global environmental benefits. Their effective engagement and access to funding must remain central to the fund's strategy if we are to meet the collective ambition of the KM-GBF. We acknowledge the Secretariat's confirmation that the GBFF is open to receiving contributions from non-sovereign sources. The fact that such contributions have so far been limited is a signal we believe merits further attention. Many biodiversity-related activities, particularly those centered on ecosystem restoration and IPLC-led conservation, face inherent barriers to private investment due to the absence of short-term financial returns, unlike, for example, climate infrastructure or renewable energy. This only reinforces the need for sustained public funding from all sources, including developed country parties. We also underscore the importance of ensuring a strong complementarity between the GBFF and the GEF Trust Fund. While they differ in structure and scope, both funds are essential to the delivery of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Coordinated programming, aligned monitoring, and simplified access modalities can contribute to maximizing impact while minimizing transactional costs. Finally, we remain committed to working constructively with all partners to ensure that the GBFF fulfills its potential as a responsive, inclusive, and effective instrument to support global biodiversity goals. Thank you.
Many thanks, Joao. And that concludes our list of speakers for this agenda item. So I will now hand it over to the GEF Secretariat, followed by the IEO. Razan, floor is yours.
Thank you again, all council members, for the very valuable comments and questions. So I just realized that I missed to address the Fran's comment on the having replenishment process for the GBFF. So we thank you for these suggestions, and it's up to the council to explore options for in that regard. There was also some comments and questions in regards to the selection criteria for the GBFF projects. So the council has set out 7 project selection criteria and 3 portfolio level targets. All submitted project preparation grants, PBGs, have been reviewed and assessed against these criteria and targets to ensure consistency, transparency, and alignment with the KM-GBF. And in addition also to these indicators, there are a number of objective indicators that are applied to assess projects. So these include GEF core indicators that are relative to the funding request, the amount that are allocated to support actions by IPLCs, and also the level of financing leverage from the private sector and philanthropic sources. So the GEF Secretariat have organized a number of information sessions and webinars for countries and agencies throughout the first programming tranche. And this has included a dedicated webinars on lessons learned through the two selection rounds for the third submissions. And just to mention that all webinars are recorded and are available on the GEF website. We plan to continue the organization of information sessions and webinars for the opening for the second tranche and beyond. And we will provide also further details and informations on the differentiation between the GBFF and the GEF Trust Fund. And maybe just it worth to mention that given the GBFF's competitive nature, providing detailed feedback on individual submissions could compromise fairness and transparency, particularly for countries or agencies that were unable to submit or have submitted fewer proposals. So I hope this provides some clarifications. Then on Norway, points on resource mobilization and also on Brazil, comments on the resource mobilization and the need to diversify the sources and to leverage more resources. So the resource mobilization that is under development will be developed based on a consultative process. So all council members will be consulted, and we will come back with concrete proposals for council decisions. And this will also be further discussed in the afternoon sessions. Then on the comment from the observers on the need to have more concrete use for IPLCs and what is meant by IPLCs actions. So this is again one of the items that will be discussed in the afternoon sessions. So we
Good afternoon, Council, and thank you for coming back on time. So as we have quorum already, I suggest that we start our meetings. So with that, I will invite everyone to take your seats and I will hand it over to the chair.
Thank you, Noemi. Thanks everyone for being earlier than what we programmed before. We're ready to address agenda item number 3, progress report on programming for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. We'll have 2 interventions, one by GEF staff and another one by a representative of the auxiliary body and a representative of Quebec as part of the advisory group of non-sovereign participants. So let me start by giving the floor to Mike, GEF Secretariat colleagues, Georgis and Sumet. Georgis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to all. I'm Georgis Sapienskas. I'm the Biodiversity Coordinator at the GEF. It's my pleasure to introduce the June 2025 edition of the Progress Report for the GBFF. Great. This edition includes the traditional updates on programming and on governance arrangements, but this time it also covers 3 additional areas where the Secretariat is proposing to the Council to carry out additional work, namely on guidelines to track financial flows supporting actions by APLCs, on resource mobilization, and on the results framework for the GBFF. Let's look first at programming. So you already had a comprehensive update this morning. Here we'll focus on what has changed compared to our previous progress report in December. The portfolio of projects has not changed since December Council. It's still a total of 40 projects in 41 countries for a total of close to $202 million. So the first programming tranche, which was open in February 2024 and made $211 million available for programming, has been fully programmed. What has changed since December is that many projects have moved towards approval and implementation starts. An additional 3 projects have just been approved as part of the June 2025 work program this morning, bringing the total number of approved projects to 7. They are shown in different shades of green on this slide, and they're benefiting Brazil, Mexico, Gabon, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Cameroon, Central African Republic, the Republic of Congo, and Peru. These projects are so on different shades of green on the slide and on the progress bar at the bottom, so that you see what is the progress in terms of approval over the first programming tranche. In addition, 2 projects under 5 million have been fully developed, technically cleared by the Secretariat, and already circulated to the Council for a 4-week review according to the GBFF project cycle policy. These projects are in South Africa and Mozambique. They are shown in orange on the map and in the progress bar. With these 9 projects, shown in green and orange, about 40% of the GBFF funding program to date has already reached Council for approval or has already been approved. Of the remaining projects that have not yet reached the Council, 13 projects have now been fully developed and submitted to the GEF Secretariat. They are shown in blue on the slide. They are currently under review by the Secretariat or revision by the agencies, and they are expected to reach the Council in the coming weeks or months. One of them is a project above 5 million in Indonesia that is expected to be presented as part of the December work program of this year. All the other projects, a total of 18 projects shown in white on this slide, had their project preparation grant approved in December 2024 as part of the first selection round. They are currently under preparation and are expected to be submitted to the Secretariat fully developed by mid-September this year. Compared to the December Council meeting, we are also now in a position to report a significant increase in the global environmental benefits that are to be expected from the portfolio of GBFF projects. Targets on GEF core indicators, the indicators we're currently using, are preliminary at the project preparation grant request stage and are subject to significant changes. So our reporting in the progress report is restricted to targets that are confirmed in fully developed projects that are technically cleared by the Secretariat. So this table shows what is expected from the 9 projects that have reached its stage, that have been fully developed, that have been technically cleared, already approved by the Council. Together, these projects are to benefit biodiversity over more than 50 million hectares, including through the creation of 4 million hectares of marine protected areas. These projects are also expected to mitigate over 100 million tons of CO2 equivalent and benefit more than 300,000 people. As presented earlier today, progress on the GBFF portfolio level targets is almost identical compared to December, since the portfolio of projects remains the same. I will only focus and reiterate here that good progress has been made on 2 of the 3 targets, and the only target that is lagging behind is the one on programming through international financial institutions. Let's now turn to progress on the GBFF governance arrangements. The Council decided to create an advisory group of non-sovereign participants with the mandate to provide technical advice to the GBFF Council on engaging non-sovereign contributors. The group became effective with the confirmation from the province of Quebec, which is the first non-sovereign contributor to the GBFF. A first meeting was held virtually in May 2025, and a representative from Quebec, Monsieur Benjamin Belair, is participating in this Council meeting. At its December 2024 meeting, the Council decided to modify the terms of reference for this advisory group and to add 2 categories of non-contributing members, namely subnational or regional public institutions and experts in resource mobilizations. In March 2025, the GEF CEO requested the Council to submit nomination for both of those new member categories. To date, a total of 5 nominations were received from 3 constituencies. All nominations received were for the second category. No nomination for some national or regional public institutions were made. Accordingly, the CEO communicated to the Council last Friday that we were extending the submission deadline to July 31st, 2025. This extension is to support the establishment of a diverse and representative advisory group. Nomination under both categories remain welcome, but we particularly encourage submissions for the category of subnational and regional public institutions. The terms of reference of the advisory group state that it may be requested to address specific topics or conduct specific tasks related to enhancing non-sovereign contributions upon request from the Council. As will be detailed later in this presentation, the Secretariat is proposing to the Council to develop a resource mobilization strategy for the GBFF. So the Council may consider requesting the advisory group to engage in the development of that resource mobilization strategy. And the recommended Council decision for this agenda item includes language to this effect. Let's now turn to the auxiliary body. The Council decided to create an auxiliary body with the mandate to provide technical advice to the Council on the implementation of the programming directions. The auxiliary body now includes 16 members from 11 constituencies. It is composed of experts from developing countries with areas of particular importance for biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services. The first meeting of the body took place in December 2024 and appointed 2 co-chairs, Mr. Sino Toyerzoda from Tajikistan, who is participating in person to this meeting, and Mrs. Andrea Cruz Angon from Mexico, who is participating virtually. The second meeting of the auxiliary body took place in May 2025. Given the mandate of the auxiliary body and the fact that one of the 3 portfolio level targets has not been met in the first programming tranche, the Council may wish to request the auxiliary body to discuss options to facilitate the achievement of the portfolio level targets related to programming through international financial institutions. Corresponding language is included in the recommended Council decision for this agenda item, with a request to the auxiliary group to provide its recommendations and advice to the Council at its 6th meeting. Let's now turn to the 3 areas where we're proposing additional work. First, on the financial flows to indigenous peoples and local communities. The Council set an aspirational target on the amount of GBFF resources allocated to support actions by IPLCs for biodiversity. In response, a number of measures were taken to capture, monitor, and report on corresponding financial flows to the Council. Measures include the creation of dedicated fields and guidance in project templates, as well as putting in place the information system for portfolio level monitoring and reporting throughout the project cycle. All projects are currently required to first describe the IPLCs that will receive support in the project. Second, to provide the exact dollar amount allocated to actions by IPLCs, that is, excluding interventions where IPLCs are mere beneficiaries. And third, to provide a justification of the amount with links to project outputs, activities, and budget lines. Nonetheless, after having reviewed more than a dozen of fully developed projects, we have seen strong disparities across countries and agencies on how those financial flows are approached. We saw disparities on who is considered to qualify as IPLCs, recognizing that there is no universally agreed definition. And second, disparities in what is understood as actions by IPLCs for biodiversity. The Secretariat thus suggests to develop guidelines on how GBFF projects should track and report financial flows supporting actions by IPLCs for biodiversity. The guidelines will provide clarity to countries and agencies in order to accelerate the review process and ensure robust tracking and reporting at the portfolio level. Guidelines will be developed through a consultative process, and we anticipate finalizing and presenting those guidelines as an information document for the December Council. With that, I pass the floor to my colleague Sumit for the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. This is my first time addressing Council, so to quickly introduce myself, my name is Sumit Kaur. I recently joined the Secretariat to support on resource mobilization for GBFF. So I look forward to getting to know each of you and collaborating closely on this topic. Now, as part of the progress report, I'll provide an overview on GBFF resource mobilization, focusing on 2 key points of where we are now and what we aim to do ahead. So currently, The fund is capitalized with $386 million with contributions from 12 donor partners. This includes 11 sovereign donor partners and 1 subnational donor partner. And as agreed in the policy on allocation of resources, a new programming tranche is open every time there is an additional $250 million in pledges or 18 months have passed since the prior tranche was opened, whichever comes first. So at this time, we have approximately $167 million in pledges since the first tranche. Therefore, the second programming tranche will be opened when the fund receives an additional $83 million in pledges to reach that total of 250, or on August 9th, 2025, whichever comes first. So looking ahead, to support the goals of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, we need biodiversity-related international financial flows to the GBFF to increase from all sources. The fund has been designed to accept contributions on a rolling basis from a diverse set of potential donor partners. So towards this, the Secretariat may develop a strategy on resource mobilization for GBFF. Such a strategy would respond to CBD COP16 guidance, which requests the GEF and GBFF Council to explore ways to enhance resource mobilization and report on progress at CBD COP17. It would also respond to the IEO formative evaluation of the GBFF, which we heard earlier today, which recommended the development of a resource mobilization strategy. And in response to COP guidance, the strategy will explore options to strengthen the predictability in financing, including through multi-annual pledges and consideration of the opportunities of a voluntary indicative scale of contributions. Additionally, the strategy will explore options to diversify the sources of donor funding, including consideration of non-traditional donor partners such as subnational entities, philanthropic sources, and the private sector. The strategy would be developed through a consultative process, including, among others, as Jurgis had mentioned earlier, with the resource mobilization experts who are part of the advisory group of non-sovereign participants. And lastly, to share that this strategy would be presented as a working document at the next GBFF Council. Next, to discuss progress on the GBFF results measurement framework. As decided under the GBFF programming directions, the GBFF adheres to the GEF Trust Fund policies on program monitoring and evaluation. So currently we use 11 GEF core indicators, as well as indicators on project cycle performance. The GBFF programming directions foresaw that an additional set of results indicators would be introduced to complement the existing framework, drawing from the monitoring framework of the KM-GBF. Now that the KM-GBF monitoring framework has been adopted at the second resumed session of CBD COP16, the Secretariat may develop a proposal to improve the ability to monitor and report on GBFF's contribution to the implementation of the framework. So the proposal will focus on indicators that are complementary to the GEF core indicators while ensuring a reasonable reporting burden for projects. It will also address CBD COP16 guidance to provide disaggregated data related to Indigenous peoples and local communities. And lastly, to share that the proposal will be developed through a consultative process and be presented as a working document at the next GBFF Council meeting. With that, thank you. I conclude this presentation. You have the recommended council decision before you, same as it is in the posted document. And turning back to you now, Mr. Chair.
Thanks to both for your presentation. And now I'll pass it over to Sino and Benjamin, representing the auxiliary board and the advisory group. Sino, you got the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, distinguished council members, colleagues, and friends. Good afternoon to all of you, and it is an honor for me and Andrea to address you today as the co-chairs of the GBFF Council Auxiliary Body. First, I extend my sincere appreciation to the GEF Secretariat for hosting this meeting and for their unwavering support in advancing our shared objectives. Also, I'd like to join our colleagues' congratulations earlier this morning with the blessed Eid al-Adha. May it bring peace, solidarity, and renewed energy to our collective mission. It is a pleasure to be here in person and to reconnect with colleagues. It was nice to have a face-to-face dialogue with the GBFF team yesterday, and I personally think this helps foster our collaboration. We welcome the expansion of the auxiliary body's membership since December 2024. The inclusion of the new voices has enriched our regional diversity and technical expertise, strengthening our ability to support the GBFF's implementation. Please allow me to share our reflection on the second auxiliary body meeting that took place on May 14, 2025, where colleagues mainly raised two issues. First is on voluntary indicative scale of contributions. One member proposed an additional meeting with the GEF Secretariat before this council session to clarify discussions on this matter. We have submitted this request to the Secretariat, and based on our understanding, it appears that addressing such requests may not fall within the scope of this auxiliary body. However, it could be beneficial to engage in further discussions and consult with our constituencies to achieve complete clarity on this. Second, collaboration with IPLCs and SBA 8J. Another colleague emphasized the importance of indigenous peoples and local communities and the newly established SBAJ. To enhance cooperation, we recommend exploring structured dialogues, capacity building initiatives, and ensuring IPLC's perspectives directly inform funding decisions. Additionally, regarding the Council's potential request for the auxiliary body to support the 25% IFI portfolio target, we acknowledge the complexity of this task. While the mechanisms remain unclear to us as the auxiliary body how to achieve this target, we commit to fully engaging in this effort and welcome guidance on how best to contribute. We encourage the Council and Secretariat to utilize the auxiliary body more proactively. From our side, we will deepen consultations with constituencies to ensure broader input ahead of the December Council meeting. In closing, I wish you all a productive session and safe travels to home, those who will be traveling after the meeting. Thank you very much.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Benjamin Belair, and I am the Quebec delegate in Washington. It's a pleasure to be with you today. So I would like to begin by thanking the GEF for the opportunity to participate in this important council meeting of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Quebec was proud to announce its first contribution to the GBFF at COP16 to support the implementation of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, particularly in the most vulnerable regions. As the government of Quebec representative in Washington, I would like to reaffirm our strong commitment to the GBFF vision, especially in advancing the engagement of subnational government. Over the years, the government of Quebec has developed a robust environmental diplomacy, highlighting the leadership that subnational governments can exercise within international organizations and conventions. In this context, I would like to take the opportunity to reiterate Quebec's willingness to help facilitate the involvement of subnational government in the GBFF framework. To conclude, and in line with our broader commitment to inclusive and collaborative environmental action, Quebec is also interested to take part in the development of guidelines to support the efforts of Indigenous and local communities under the GBFF. We firmly believe that the meaningful involvement of EPLCS is essential to the success of the Global Biodiversity Framework, and we stand ready to support this important work. Merci. Good afternoon, everybody.
Merci beaucoup, Benjamin. So now that we have heard from Georgis, Sumit, Sino, and Benjamin, in their presentations, I would like to open the floor to questions and comments by members of the council. As we normally do it, I will ask Noemi to help us with a list of speakers. Noemi, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'll give the floor first to Catherine, followed by Joao. Catherine, floor is yours.
Oui, je vais m'exprimer en français. Donc, au nom du gouvernement du Canada, j'aimerais encore une fois féliciter le secrétariat pour les excellents progrès dans la mise en œuvre, la mise sur pied, pardon, de ce fonds et la mise en marche très rapide avec la sélection de 3 rondes qui devraient permettre d'atteindre les cibles au niveau du portfolio. Nous reconnaissons que la cible relative aux institutions financières internationales n'a pas encore été atteinte, comme certains collègues l'ont soulevé, mais nous saluons les avancées notables au niveau du 3e cycle de sélection qui prévoit, si j'ai bien compris, 47% de la programmation par les institutions financières internationales. Nous espérons que ces progrès se poursuivront et nous accueillerons avec intérêt les recommandations de l'organe auxiliaire pour renforcer la programmation des institutions financières internationales, notamment dans les petits États insulaires de développement et les pays les moins avancés. Nous soutenons aussi les efforts au niveau de l'élaboration d'une stratégie de mobilisation des ressources et nous saluons l'arrivée de Somi, je crois, au sein du secrétariat. Merci. Et donc, aussi, nous souhaitons encourager d'autres pays et d'autres paliers de gouvernement, ainsi que le secteur privé et philanthropique à contribuer au fonds. Parce que comme ça a été soulevé, il y a des limites au financement traditionnel et le GBFF est conçu pour recevoir les contributions de toutes les sources. Et donc, dans ce sens, nous souhaitons exprimer sincèrement nos remerciements au gouvernement du Québec qui est ici avec nous aujourd'hui pour son leadership en tant que premier gouvernement infranational à contribuer et à rejoindre le groupe consultatif. Nous serions aussi heureux de recevoir les conseils du groupe consultatif sur la stratégie de mobilisation des ressources, y compris des incitatifs supplémentaires qui pourraient être envisagés pour encourager les différents types de contributeurs. Et enfin, nous souhaitons remercier le secrétariat pour les efforts au niveau du cadre de résultats du GBFF et l'élaboration des lignes directrices, parce que nous croyons que ce travail sera essentiel pour obtenir des meilleures données et des meilleurs résultats.
Merci beaucoup, Catherine. I'll now give the floor to Joao, followed by Stefan. Joao, floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Noemi. Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador would like to thank the Secretariat for the comprehensive and timely progress report on the GBFF. We welcome the steps already taken to enhance inclusivity and support for IPLCs, including under the Small Grants Program, and we support the direction outlined in this document. We welcome the reference in the report to the development of a dedicated resource mobilization strategy for the GBFF and look forward to its submission to Council. In our view, this strategy will be fundamental to enabling the fund to scale up its delivery in a timely, actable, and more predictable manner. Given that this is the first Council meeting since the operationalization of the auxiliary body and the advisory council, subsidiary bodies designed to foster greater inclusivity and balancing the governance of the GEF, we see value in ensuring that both mechanisms contribute meaningfully to strategic discussions, including on resource mobilization. While we note with appreciation that the Advisory Council is already referenced in the draft decision, we would kindly suggest that the Council also consider inviting the auxiliary body to engage in the development of the resource mobilization strategy and provide advice and recommendations drawing on its diverse and representative composition. We also highlight that such a strategy must reflect the structural limitations of biodiversity markets and articulate a clear case for increased grant and concessional finance. Finally, we welcome the fact that guidance from the Convention on Biological Diversity is being taken into account in the work of the GBFF Council. In this regard, we thank the co-chair of the auxiliary body for sharing that the topic of voluntary indicative scales of contributions, also known as VISC, was raised during the body's deliberations and that the Secretariat has provided its views on the matter. Should the auxiliary body be formally invited to support the development of the resource mobilization strategy, a step we would strongly welcome, we believe that further consideration of such approaches could be both appropriate and constructive, especially in light of the guidance provided in paragraph 17 of the CBD decision 16/33, which is the one we are talking about, and the broader mandate of this convention. Mechanisms grounded in equity, the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, and differentiated capacity to pay can help reinforce the GBF's financial architecture and promote a more transparent, predictable, and needs-based alignment between contributions and the level of ambition of the KMGBF. Thank you.
Many thanks, João. Next in line will be Stéphane, followed by Ben and Yang. Stéphane, vous avez la parole.
Merci Noémie, je vais parler en français. Tout d'abord pour remercier le secrétariat Jurgis pour la présentation de ce rapport de progression qui nous encourage tous et nous satisfait pour de nombreuses raisons qu'a rappelé ma collègue canadienne et donc je ne vais pas répéter. Sur la stratégie de mobilisation des ressources, j'en ai déjà pas mal parlé ce matin, donc je vais pas répéter mes points. Je vais me concentrer sur le programme de travail de l'Auxiliary Body. Tout d'abord, pour faire une remarque de principe, mais je crois que nous sommes tous d'accord là-dessus, mais je voudrais juste rappeler que le programme de travail de l'Auxiliary Body est fixé par le Conseil et pas par l'Auxiliary Body lui-même. Et c'est bien de ça dont on discute aujourd'hui. Donc, s'agissant de travaux qui permettraient d'améliorer la cible des IFIS, nous pensons que c'est une proposition tout à fait pertinente et nous la soutenons. D'autant que, je pense que la perspective des membres de l'Auxiliary Body sur ce sujet-là peut vraiment apporter quelque chose et enrichir la discussion. S'agissant par contre de la proposition qui a été faite d'y ajouter le VISC, Voluntary Indicative Scale of Contribution, nous sommes beaucoup plus réservés. Pour être clair, nous n'y sommes pas favorables pour deux raisons. La première, c'est que l'article 17 de la décision L31 de la COP 16.2, à laquelle le Brésil faisait référence juste avant moi, mandate le Conseil. Donc, je pense que c'est à nous de prendre nos responsabilités sur ce sujet important. Et la deuxième, c'est que le membership, alors pardon, il n'y a pas de terme français pour membership, c'est la composition de l'Auxiliary Body est trop incomplète pour, à mon avis, pouvoir traiter de manière pertinente ce sujet, ou si je peux le dire de manière différente, un peu plus directe. Il y a très peu de contributeurs financiers dans l'Auxiliary Body. Il me semble que de ce point de vue-là, leur réflexion sur le VISC serait incomplète et manquerait de pertinence. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. Ben, floor is yours.
Thanks, Naomi. And firstly, many thanks for the clear presentation from Jurgis and Sumit, if I have that right, and the document. We support the decision, in particular proposals to develop the resource mobilization strategy as a way forward, and also enhancing the GBFF results framework. The results mobilization strategy should address and support non-sovereign contributors, I should say, as highlighted in paragraph 32 of the document. As Brazil has mentioned, we welcome the progress made in IPRC engagement in the GBFF. Finally, just a point for clarification, will there be a progress report annually in spring in every council meeting? And for example, is this different from the progress programming report which was received in December 24? It'd be also helpful to include, if not there, sorry if it is, more information following the examples, for example, of the GEF scorecard on public-private co-financing and gender. Many thanks.
Many thanks, Ben. Next in line will be Jan, and then we will go back to the Secretariat to some initial responses. Jan, floor is yours.
Thank you. We commend the progress made by the GBFF and agree with the Secretariat's work plan. We expect timely updates to the Council on the progress, ensuring transparent and effective operations of the bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let's give some minutes to both Jurgis and Sumit to answer, and next in line will be Regina. So Jurgis, Sumit, back to you.
Thank you very much for all the support and encouraging words. There weren't so many questions. I will just in response to our co-chair of the auxiliary body and on the debate on the mandate and the program of work of the auxiliary body, just to clarify that the terms of reference of the auxiliary body is to provide advice and recommendations to the council concerning the implementation of the programming directions of the GBFF. And that is why when the idea of contributing on the VISC was mentioned, we pointed that this was not part, the resource mobilization part was not part of this explicit mandate, but that the terms of reference of the auxiliary body include that the council, the GBFF council, may also request the auxiliary body to address specific topics or carry out specific analytical tasks to be presented to the council for its considerations. So it's up to the council to set any additional tasks upon the mandate of the auxiliary body. And I think this addressed most of the comments to date. So we'll turn it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jurgis. So I will now give the floor to Regina, followed by Yoko-san and Nicolas. Regina, floor is yours.
Gracias, Noemi. Thank you. The constituency welcomes the update provided on the current capitalization status of the GBFF and appreciates the continued efforts of the Secretariat and the trustee in tracking confirmed pledges. We acknowledge the Secretariat's initiative to develop a resource mobilization strategy for the GBFF and thank the team for their ongoing efforts. The constituency expresses its appreciation for the work done and emphasizes the importance of this strategy as a key step to ensure the long-term sustainability and predictability of the fund. We believe this strategy can serve as a valuable source of inspiration for countries seeking to design national-level biodiversity finance initiatives or strategies. In particular, we see this effort as an opportunity to support countries in closing the biodiversity finance gap and unlocking innovative financing approaches. We look forward to reviewing the draft resource mobilization strategy at the 5th Council meeting. Finally, our constituency welcomes the announcement that a second program in tranche will be open soon. We consider this an important milestone that will help accelerate implementation of the GBFF and enable countries to access resources. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Regina. Yoko-san, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi-san. Japan welcomes the submission of the progress report of the GBFF. We would like the GEF to pay close attention to the ongoing discussions on the complementarity and synergy of the biodiversity focal area and the GBFF at the 9th replenishment meeting, and make every effort to avoid duplication and maximize synergy with projects in the focal area when developing projects. We welcome the proposal for the development of the resource mobilization strategy by the Secretariat and the advisory group. We expect concrete mobilization measures to be proposed, including the use of innovative financial instruments and collaboration with IFIs in order to mobilize funds from sources other than governments. We would also like to know, this is a question, if possible, the composition of the advisory group members currently in the pipeline. We support that using the indicator of the GBF monitoring framework decided that the CBD COP 16.2 as indicators for the GBFF results framework, as I pointed previously, as it is effective measures for the progress of achieving the GBF goals and ensuring the effectiveness and efficiency of projects. Thank you.
Many thanks. Nicholas, floor is yours, followed by Emily.
Thank you, Noemi. Germany welcomes the GBFF progress report, and we thank the Secretariat for drafting it, and we appreciate the work behind that. I just will elaborate on very few things regarding the decision to be taken. We specifically support the proposal for the Secretariat to develop a resource mobilization strategy together with the advisory group. And we appreciate that such a strategy responds to COP guidance and look forward to discussing it during our next council meeting. At the same time, we want to stress that multi-annual pledges and a voluntary indicative scale of contributions will not be a magical solution to the need for enhanced predictability. And we also have to focus strongly on broadening the contributor base with new donor countries and also the private sector and philanthropies. Germany also stands ready for bilateral discussions with any parties interested in such a contribution. In order to avoid duplication of efforts and to use resources in the most efficient manner, we recommend, where appropriate, to synergize with similar strategy development activities undertaken by other UN entities, such as the Secretariats of the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions, of the Special Program, and of the Global Framework on Chemicals. And finally, we support the Secretariat's suggestion to ask the auxiliary body to explore ways to fully reach the IFI target. And we also encourage all eligible constituencies to name experts to the auxiliary body who have not done yet. As this was our last intervention for this council meeting, I want to take the opportunity to express our appreciation and thanks to the GEF Secretariat, the agencies, and AFPs for organizing this very successful council meeting in a very productive spirit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. I'll now give the floor to Emily, followed by Andrea. Emily, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Our constituency would also like to thank the GEFSEC for this report and the presentation, which we very much welcome and can approve. And we also comment on the good progress as highlighted by other council members. Echoing others, and as already mentioned, we're also very much supportive of the proposal for developing a resource mobilization strategy, and we look forward to discussing this in the coming council. We also welcome the request to develop clear guidelines for the tracking and reporting of support to IPLCs, also in order to avoid disparities and ensure the integrity of this aspirational target. And finally, like Germany, we also support the request for the auxiliary body to discuss options to increase the percentage of resources which are programmed through IFIs in order to reach the 25% non-aspirational targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Andrea, followed by the GBFF Youth Observer. Andrea, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation, Jurgis and Sumit, and welcome to the GEF family. We welcome the progress report on the GBFF. We particularly welcome the development of the resource mobilization strategy and efforts to enhance the GBFF results framework and the proposed consultation process around this. In this regard, we encourage efforts to provide disaggregated data related to Indigenous peoples and local communities, noting this would be in keeping with CBD COP16 guidance. We do welcome the inclusion of the advisory and auxiliary groups and their feedback provided, and we wonder if going forward, we might need a separate agenda item to really provide time for in-depth discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I'll now give the floor to Heitor, representing the Youth GBFF Observer.
Thank you. I represent the Youth and Women Observers, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. We welcome the report by the Secretariat on the progress made in the operations of the GBFF, and we particularly welcome indicative advances in the development of the strategy for resource mobilization and the guidelines for supporting actions by indigenous peoples and local communities, and express gratitude for the inclusion of observers in the early stage of development of both documents. While independent, we highlight the importance of the GBFF strategy for resource mobilization to be aligned with the recent approved GBF strategy for resource mobilization. We additionally would like to offer a few reflections on this agenda item. First, regarding the GBFF action area, we reiterate that some areas are too broadly defined, limiting their ability to reflect the specificities of certain targets. Target 22, for example, also explicitly refers to the representation and participation of women and youth. Target 23 address gender responsive approaches. Section C of the framework addresses considerations for the implementation of the KMGBF, such as indigenous people's rights, human rights-based approach, gender responsiveness, and intergenerational equity. All these dimensions remains absent from GBFF action area. And we understand that GBFF action area approved in the GBF program directions, but we still respectfully recommend that a review is necessary to ensure more comprehensive, inclusive, and consistent reflection of the KMGBF while we are advancing. Second, on the GBFF governance, we reiterate observers' interest in dialogue and following the advisory group and auxiliary body meetings, and respectfully took advantage of the chair's presence to kindly request that observers be included in future meetings. We acknowledge that our restricted involvement as observers is consistent with the previous decisions approved by this council not to overlap positions. Finally, we also reiterate the importance of integrating youth indicators into the GBFF results framework, such as aid disaggregated data. We respectfully recommend that the Secretariat consider advances in monitoring youth indicators. The Global Youth Biodiversity Network has been conducting youth-led work on youth monitoring and indicators for biodiversity since 2022, including reflections for the GBF monitoring framework itself. And we stand ready to provide technical input and collaborate in this effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Heitor. I'll now give the floor to Catalina on behalf of the philanthropic and conservation organizations, GBFF observers. Catalina, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. On behalf of the Nature Positive Initiative, we would like to firstly welcome the report of the Secretariat, given that their focus is oriented to improve and strengthen the advances that the GBFF has achieved in this long year since its operation. We would like to highlight some observations, and first of all, we would like to see more focus on inland water ecosystems conservation around the GBFF projects. Freshwater ecosystems have had a 70% of its biodiversity lost. They are highly sensitive to climate vulnerability and are essential for water security and for fishing communities whose livelihoods depend on them. In addition, related the guidelines for the tracking and reporting of GBFF resources to support actions by indigenous peoples and local communities, we will also like to stress the importance of aligning these guidance and resource mobilization strategy with indicators adopted at COP 16.2 for targets 20 to 23, but also considering direct finance in target 19. We welcome to differentiate between benefit sharing among groups, such as between IPLC and other smallholder farmers groups, and within groups, such as among youth, women, and elderly within IPLC community, while respecting their own social norms. Also to distinguish between financing that gets committed versus financing that gets effectively disbursed to communities. In addition, it is important to include in this guideline criteria related to the recognition of traditional knowledge, previous and informed consensus, the own governance structure and autonomy capacity of the IPLC groups, and the way the project is strengthening their capacities and participation into decision-making process that are related to the GBF targets. A key element of the definition of direct finance should include the strengthening participation and decision-making tables, particularly those where resource allocation is determined. Thanks a lot for giving me the floor.
Many thanks, Catalina. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So back to you, Jurgis and Sumit.
Thank you very much again for the overall support for what is proposed and presented. I had missed in the previous round response to Ben and UK on the progress report. So yes, we are planning to provide a progress report at each council to the council. As agreed earlier today, we will be including analysis of risk at the portfolio level in it, and we're happy to add additional information. And we're in the hands of the council on what you think is useful to be included in the progress report. And we heard particular information on co-financing more clearly, and we are more than happy to do that. We had a question from Japan on the composition. I think it was of the advisory group. So the composition of both groups are included in the progress report. In Annex E, you have the current composition of the auxiliary body, Annex E of the progress report. And for the advisory group, currently we have participation of the province of Quebec. And as discussed, the council decided to add 2 non-contributing members categories with potentially two members each. So a total of 4 additional people that could be included. And for that, nomination is open from the council for the categories of experts on resource mobilization and the category of public institutions that are not sovereign states up until July 31st. The deadline has been extended because we received just a few nominations from a very limited number of constituencies and no proposals for public institutions that are not sovereign states. Let me thank all the contributions from observers and council members and already ideas on elements we need to include in the resource mobilization and the guidelines to track the financial flow for IPLCs. Those are well noted and will be included. There were also ideas for additional indicators. This are well noted. It will work on them. To our delegate from youth under program directions, the approach that was adopted when the program directions were approved is that issues related to engagement with women, youth, IPLCs were broadly considered as a cross-cutting issue that should be embedded in all projects and not as a dedicated action area. The only exception to that is the action area dedicated to IPLCs and support IPLCs, which is the second action area. But the rest is well embedded as a cross-cutting issue, but happy to further discuss that. And on participation in the meetings of the advisory body and advisory group and auxiliary body, as stated in the terms of reference for those 2 groups, they have the ability to consult any stakeholder in their meeting. So it's up to them to invite observers to enrich their discussion if they think it is necessary. But it's in the hands of the advisory group and the auxiliary body to do so. Like that. And with that, I yield back to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jurgis and Sumita for this exchange, and also thanks to council members. With this, we conclude the discussions, and I would like to invite council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GEF/GBFF 04/03. I see no objections to it. Yes, Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, it's not an objection. Just to check if it would be possible to add, as we suggested, the auxiliary body to the third paragraph of this decision in requesting also the auxiliary body to take part in the engagement to develop a resource mobilization strategy.
If no council members has any objections to what Jao has presented, we can include that and it will be reflected in the summary of the chairs. Yes, France?
Et enfin, avant d'approuver cette modification, yes, I wait for you, don't worry. Non mais j'aimerais comprendre ce que ça veut dire will take part in the design of the mobilization strategy. Quelle va être l'association, la forme d'association de l'auxiliary body au secrétariat, enfin quelles vont être les modalités de travail, parce que s'il s'agit juste de les consulter comme nous sommes consultés ici au board, c'est pas la même chose que de monter des réunions dédiées. Est-ce que le secrétariat peut nous éclairer?
Rosie, can you elaborate a little bit more so you can react to the questions and comments that was made by France?
Thank you. I guess the idea is to give the mandate to the auxiliary body to also think about and provide recommendation for the council regarding this strategy. So not necessarily there would be a need for additional meetings, for example. I don't see it happening.
So I would like to ask if you give us a few minutes so I can consult here with the co-chair and my colleagues here. Thanks for waiting on this. We still need to consult internally with a couple of council members on this proposal. This proposal can be a major reform to what council agreed a couple of years ago in Brazil, and we need to be totally sure with that, João. So why don't we, and I'm a little bit inclined to think that yes, this proposal will reform the decisions that were taken with regards to this body when we established the GBFF and the whole organigram and structure. Jorges can explain us what we have at this point so we can be all clear what this council has agreed. Jorges will explain us a little bit what we interpret as the Brazilian proposal. And with this, I will propose to stop this agenda item as we continue to have conversation even with Brazil. We can continue with the next agenda item. And by the end of the next agenda item, we hear the co-chairs, we will come up with some kind of proposal to that, if you agree with that. Jorges?
Thank you very much, Chair. So to clarify, currently in the decision on the resource mobilization strategy, we are proposing to request the advisory group of non-sovereign participants to participate because in the terms of reference of the advisory group, it explicitly says that this group is to work on engagement with non-sovereign contributors. And it explicitly include that it may be requested to conduct specific tasks related to enhancing non-sovereign contributions, which is exactly what we want to do in the resource mobilization strategy. And in addition, members of the advisory group are not represented in any fashion, directly or indirectly, in the council. The auxiliary body, as its names indicate, are a subset of the constituencies already presented here, with a mandate that was restricted, as decided in the terms of reference, to provide technical advice and recommendations on the implementation of the GBFF programming directions. Now, the terms of reference enable the council to task the auxiliary body on any other topic, but it's up to the council. What is put on the table would be expanding the mandate to another area that is not the implementation of the programming directions from the auxiliary body, noting that all the representative of the auxiliary body are represented through their country representative in this council already. Back to you, Chair.
Yes. Who has asked for the floor?
João has requested the floor, and then also Anil.
Muchas gracias, Noemi. I would like to thank Jorges for the clarification on these points. It has been very helpful. And I have an additional question regarding the number 5 of the recommended decision, because it requests the auxiliary body to discuss the portfolio level target of 25% of resources to be allocated through IFI. So I mean, it's like asking the auxiliary body to discuss resources. So I guess this would be in line with my suggestion of also requesting the auxiliary body to be part of the development of this new resource mobilization strategy, just to consult with you. Thank you.
Thank you, João. I'll now give the floor to Anil, and then we will hear back from Jorges. Anil, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification on the TOR. It's pretty good. Yeah, my only question, I'm not against the auxiliary body being part of some process, but I think as what Carlos Manuel, as well as you all said, we are already, I mean, they're already part of our representation here in the council. It's good to take views, but I think let's limit that to the consultation level and allow the secretariat to do their mandate, which the council has already mandated as per the convention. That will be my take. You can consult them as required basis, and not be dependent upon, because there's an advisory body. It is not a, operational body. And again, that's a voluntary body again. So it should not be a taxing on them or they get binding on something. You're free to consult them, take their advice on the strategy or go forward. That's the role of the auxiliary body as an advisory body. It should not be conditional to their approaches, which has to be adhered by the council, by the secretariat, which has been tasked, where they have a separate team tasked for that purpose. So, because they are already representing us, and they'll at best be an enabling factor and not a critical cog in the wheel. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Anil. So now I'll hand it over
Yeah.
to the chair.
Yes, we'll pass it over to Georges.
Thank you very much for the question. So we are suggesting to task the auxiliary body to work on the target, the portfolio level target of programming through international financial institution, because it's a target related to programming, which was included in the programming direction. This target really relates on how countries program the GBFF resources. It is not related to how resources come in the trust fund. It's not resource mobilization for the trust fund. It was really part of the programming direction. It depends entirely on how countries decide to program GBFF resources. So this target is actually fully in line with the mandate of the auxiliary body already. Any other task that is not related to programming would be the council deciding to expand the mandate of the auxiliary body. And that's in the end of the council.
Does this clarifies, John? So you're ready to support the council decision?
Actually, my question would be if the council could not support adding the auxiliary body, because what I understood by Jürgen's explication is that if the council is ready to request it, it would be possible. And also taking into account the comments made by Anil, we sure do it in a consultant basis. For example, we could request or we could consult the auxiliary body regarding this mobilization, this resource mobilization strategy. But of course, just if the council agrees so, because we would need to handle this mandate.
Thanks, Owen. From what I interpreted from Stefan's intervention, there may not be that agreement on that topic. So why don't we stop here with this agenda item? We have a conversation within the chairs and your constituency. We continue with the next topic, and then after our internal consultation, we come back to this agenda item. Okay, I see everyone nodding around the room, so we will proceed that way. Thank you so much. Thanks for your flexibilities. So with this, we will go now to agenda item number 4, the fiscal year 26 administrative budget and business plan for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. I would like to invite my co-chair to lead this agenda item. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. I'd like to invite both Chiz and Sumit from the GEF Secretariat to introduce document GEF/GBFF04/04, the fiscal year 26 administrative budget and business plan for the Global Biodiversity Framework. Over to you, Chiz and Sumit.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And again, good afternoon, colleagues. I am pleased to present the fiscal year 2026 administrative budget and business plan for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. This includes the proposed budgets for the GEF Secretariat, the trustee, the Scientific and Technical Advisory Panel, or STAP, and the Independent Evaluation Office. The IEO requested that their budget be presented together with this. So as such, the decision in front of you includes the IEO budget. And prior to presenting the fiscal year 26 business plan, I will also summarize activities undertaken in fiscal year 24 and 25, the budget for which was approved at the first GBFF council meeting in February 2024. So as you see here on this slide, let me start by sharing the key developments from fiscal year 24 and 25. Starting with the launch of GBFF at the 7th GEF Assembly in August 2023, the Secretariat was able to operationalize the fund in record time. From establishing a strong operational foundation, governance structure, recruitment of staff, approval of policy documents, and configuration of the GEF portal, the GBFF has worked quickly and effectively. The first programming tranche was opened in February 2024, within 6 months of the fund's launch, making $211 million available to recipient countries. This was organized in 3 competitive calls for proposals, for which technical review and selection were conducted. The work programs were constituted and presented to Council. The GBFF team monitors the project portfolio under development, including progress towards implementation for CEO endorsed projects. In relation to GBFF Council and governance, the Secretariat organized 4 council meetings and responded to council decisions. We established and organized meetings for the auxiliary body and the advisory group of non-sovereign participants, as well as maintained regular engagement with the GBFF observers. Lastly, I would like to share important outreach activities led by the Secretariat. With recipient countries and agencies, the Secretariat has actively communicated GBFF opportunities, access modalities, and project cycle requirements to facilitate programming and build a robust portfolio. Such guidance has been also integrated into the expanded constituency workshops. In addition to regular consultations with the CBD, the Secretariat has participated in CBD COP16, including reporting on the establishment and operationalization of the GBFF and receiving guidance from parties. In Cali, the Secretariat organized a ministerial dialogue and pledging session to raise $163 million in contributions from 8 governments. Looking ahead, let me turn to the FY26 proposed business plan and highlight some key activities, some of which are subject to the Council's decision. So to advance the implementation of the KM-GBF, the Secretariat will launch the second GBFF programming tranche. We will develop IPLC guidelines, enhance the GBFF results framework, update GBFF functionality in the portal, and monitor project portfolio. In relation to the GBFF Council and governance, we will continue the important work in relation to Council, the auxiliary body, the advisory group, and the observers. We will also ensure complementarity with the GEF 9 replenishment process to support a family of funds approach. Lastly, on outreach activities, we will intensify outreach with countries, agencies, and stakeholders. At the next council meeting, as we have discussed, we would like to present a GBFF resource mobilization strategy. Additionally, the Secretariat will develop a GBFF communication strategy and maintain its engagement with the CBD. This is the last slide. Here it presents the fiscal year 26 budget request to support the tasks and associated costs for the work program. So what's in front of you wholly reflects what was received from the trustee, staff, and the IEO, in addition to the GEF Secretariat. The total consolidated GBFF budget request for FY26 is $4.3 million. This includes $2.6 million for the GEF Secretariat, $480,000 for the trustee, $400,000 for the staff, $760,000 for the IEO. Overall, this represents a 15% reduction from the approved budget in fiscal year 25, driven primarily by a 25% reduction in the budget request from the GEF Secretariat. to share that this reduction highlights the active measures by the Secretary to reduce costs. This includes organizing virtual auxiliary body and advisory group meetings. This was decided by Council after the FY 24-25 budget was approved. Also including electronic material production, reduced travel, and foregoing recruitment of 3 positions that were agreed in the FY 24-25 budget. Furthermore, this cost efficiency also reflects that GBFF leverages the existing GEF Secretariat resources and functionality in line with the GEF Family of Funds principle. So with that, thank you. I conclude this presentation. Back to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you so much, Sumit, for that. I'll pass it over to Noemi, who will help us with the list of speakers from our council. Noemi?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So floor is now open. Okay, I think that Catalina, I believe it's you. Catalina representing the philanthropies GBFF Observer. Floor is yours.
Sorry about that. I will be presenting on behalf of the philanthropies.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for giving the floor, Chair. So on behalf of the philanthropy constituency, we welcome the FY 26 administrative budget and the business plan for the GBFF and commend the Secretariat for its clarity, ambition, and responsiveness. We are particularly pleased with the fund's continued recognition of the role of non-sovereign contributors, including philanthropic organizations, in helping to achieve the KMGBF. We commend the GBFF for maintaining a flexible contribution structure that enables philanthropic entities to participate meaningfully. We welcome the progress made in expanding the advisory group to include non-contributing but technically relevant observers and encourage continued deepening of these engagement. The clear commitment to monitoring, evaluation, and reporting is critical. For philanthropy, the ability to track impact is essential for aligning resources with measurable biodiversity outcomes. We encourage integration of more KMGBF-aligned, equity-sensitive indicators, particularly those capturing community and gender outcomes. We support the allocation of resources towards capacity building and technical support, which is vital for inclusive access to GBFF. We believe philanthropy can support these efforts through catalytic investments, especially in proposal development for underrepresented regions and IP and LC-led initiatives. The emphasis on outreach and visibility resonates with our commitment to growing the biodiversity finance ecosystem. We urge the Secretariat to continue highlighting the role of philanthropic-led co-financing in GBFF project narratives and dashboards, thereby attracting more like-minded partners. We note cost-conscious approach to fund management and the strategic investment in staff and systems that will ensure responsive delivery as the GBFF scales. This is a strong foundation for building long-term trust with new funding partners. In closing, this business plan reflects a growing maturity in GBFF governance and administration. As representatives of philanthropic actors, commitment to nature and equity, we reaffirm our interest in deepening the collaboration with GBFF through aligned investments, technical partnerships, and joint learning platforms. We thank the Secretariat and the Council for the continued openness to philanthropic voices in shaping the future of biodiverse finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joseph. I will now give the floor to Joko-san, followed by Victoria. Joko, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi-san. Japan appreciates the effort of the GEF Secretariat to reduce administrative costs as fiscal year 24-26 budget request for the GBFF Secretariat is 25% reduction from the fiscal year 25 approved amount. On the other hand, the 2026 business plan includes many new initiatives, such as updating the GBFF results framework, GBFF resource mobilization strategy, and IPRC guidelines and the communication strategy. We are concerned a little bit about the increased workload imposed on the GBFF Secretariat. In particular, the biggest factor in the reduction of this budget request is the reduction in the personnel cost. The fiscal year 26 is based on the assumption that no new positions will be filled. It is important to ensure that the annual plan can be steadily implemented with the limited personnel and structure without filling these new 3 positions. To do so, it may be necessary to prioritize and carefully examine the necessity of the future activities. We understand the purpose and the rationale of the communication strategy to obtain contributions from new donors, given the limited time remaining until the GBF target year of 2030. But what is necessary is not the strategy maybe, but the action on the communication itself. Therefore, we would like the Secretariat to carefully examine whether the creation of this strategy is truly necessary. We also appreciate the efforts of reducing the travel expense by holding the virtual meetings. We would also like the GBFF to continue increasing this proportion of virtual meetings and reducing the duration and frequency of the meetings in order to allocate more resources for implementing projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yoko-san. I'll now give the floor to Victoria, followed by Mauricio. Victoria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. We welcome that the GEF Secretariat's budget request for fiscal year 26 is 25.5% lower than the approved budget we had for fiscal year 25, and appreciate the commitment to further economize the operations. This way, we believe more funding remains for project implementation. At the same time, we note the requested increase of plus 18.8% for the trustees' budget, similar to what we have seen with other GEF funds in the previous days. Could the trustee please provide more details on the requested budget increase for the GBFF? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And I give the floor to Mauricio, followed by Jonas. Mauricio, tienes la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Noemi. La circunscripción del Cono Sur de América Latina apoya la recomendación de decisión del Consejo, pero tiene la siguiente consulta. ¿A qué se debe la reducción del presupuesto 2026 en relación a la del 2025? ¿Y cómo esto podría afectar la evaluación de proyectos de darse el caso? Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Mauricio. I'll now give the floor to Jonas.
Thank you so much. So our constituency would like to thank the Secretariat and the trustee for the administrative budget and business plan for FY26 for the GBFF. We note fairly low expenditures for the FY24 and 25 Secretariat budget. Building on the explanation provided in the report, could you please elaborate a bit on the reasons for this? Specifically, what will happen with the savings, and are they brought over to cover the FY26 Secretariat budget? On the other hand, we note that the IEO budget request is substantially higher than the IEO budget request for the LDCF SCCF. And we were wondering if you could provide an explanation for this fairly significant difference. And as this is most likely, may even say hopefully, given that it's Friday, my last intervention for this council meeting, I would like to just use the opportunity to thank the Secretariat for all your hard work and for all your preparations. It can't be easy with the 3 back-to-back council meetings. So it greatly facilitates the work of the council, and I just wanted to take a moment to express my appreciation in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonas. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor, so maybe I'll start with Jane here next to me, and then I will hand it over to Sumit and Chis. Jane from the trustee, floor is yours.
Yeah, it's on.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to the query about trustee budget increase. If you have noticed a trend from the other funds also, it's mostly due to the increase in investment management fees. So the way the investment management fees is calculated is 4.5 basis points on the average liquidity of the fund for the whole year. At the beginning of the year, when we are requesting the budget, we base it on a projected amount. So for the GPFF, the projected liquidity balance was $184 million, but the actual ended up being $207 million. So if you apply the rate of 4.5 basis points on the higher balance, you will see that that forms part of mostly the majority of the increase of the trustee actuals for FY25.
Thank you very much, Jane. Now I'll pass it over to Chis and Sumit. Oh, Gita. Yeah, sorry, Gita.
So regarding the IEO budget, we are within the 3-year envelope that was approved last year for FY 25, 26, 27. There was a 3-year budget presented, and we're not going over that. I just want to highlight that 11% of this goes directly to the World Bank for the administrative fee. So we are accounting for that in this budget as well. And the third thing is the projects are going to start increasing next year. And we have, and the question was in relation to LDCF, SECF. Believe me, we subsidize that a lot with the work that we do on the GEF Trust Fund. So there's a lot of work on climate change, on methodologies, et cetera. But this is a new fund. We've got to look into governance. We've got to look into a lot more issues. And so the fixed costs for evaluation are going to be a little higher for the first 2-3 years. And then once we can start benefiting from the other methodologies, et cetera, and we've done the startup work, we won't incur higher costs going forward. So that's the rationale for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gita. Okay, now I will pass it over to Chis.
Thank you very much. We are tangled. Are we good? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And all the comments. Let me first respond to good comments and questions from Yoko-san. It's a 25 reduction, and what we have put into the business plan, we are actually confident that what we have put into there, as well as not just the items, but the actions I just indicate can be delivered with cost-saving measures, as well as reliance more on not physical meetings, as well as a lot more of virtual presence and so on and so forth. So we're confident that we can deliver on what we're presenting in front of you as the business plan. Victoria's comment on the budget reduction. So what would happen is that if the allocated resources for the Secretariat does not get spent, that basically goes back into the trust fund, and then we will have the new budget approved and right now, and hopefully, and then that amount then gets allocated for the Secretariat as well as staff and IEO and the trustee to be able to tap into. And the rationale, you're absolutely right. We are proposing a reduced budget footprint, in part because that would also enable more of the resources to go into support projects. And the question from Mauricio, we have a reduction in budget, and this is also to respond to Jonas's question. One thing that I just want to remind us, Sumit said, is that when the council approved the fiscal year 24, fiscal year 25 budget, we hadn't actually agreed as council on the modalities for the auxiliary body as well as advisory group. And the budget was presented with an assumption that at least part of those meetings will be held in person with travel implications. And that actually was not the decision of the council, that the meetings are being held virtually. So we knew going after that TOR decision was taken, that a significant portion of resources allocated to support the auxiliary body as well as the advisory group would not be utilized because the council decided to go with the virtual option. And another element of why the expenditures were low is that we had requested a fairly robust number of staffing positions to be approved. And as I think we also explained in the LDCF and SCCF budget request, for us to staff up, we had a fairly organized way of doing waves of recruitment. So we followed that structure, and that meant just because the budget was approved, we were going to go ahead and recruit all the posts for the GBFF right away. So there was a sequence of recruitments done. That meant until and unless that particular post was filled in accordance with the sequence of recruitment for the GEF Secretariat as a whole, we were not going to touch that particular budget. So that's part of the reason, especially for the personnel, in the fiscal year 24 and 25, you see underutilization because we got to hire and onboard 5 staff members for the GBFF. Many of you saw, yes, today, towards the end of last year, as well as throughout this calendar year. And so our proposal is obviously to continue to have that GBFF team with those personnel hired. We have 1 inconclusive post for results management that the recruitment was inconclusive. And we are hoping that there will be an opportunity for us to recruit that one. But there is also a hiring freeze. And for the 3 remaining posts that were originally approved, we are proposing to, at least for the fiscal year 26, not consider recruitment. And this was done for reasons I explained in response to Victoria's question. So I hope this responds to the questions on the low expenditures as well as the budget request. And Mauricio also had a question about how does this affect the evaluation? So if you mean the evaluation done by the Independent Evaluations Office, as Geeta explained, they are requesting their own budget in fiscal year 26. So that's in front of you. And if your questions about project reviews, we will continue to do them with the cadre staff we have for the GBFF. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other requests from the floor, so I'd like to thank Sumit, Jane, Jiz and Geeta for those responses. And at this point, I'd like to invite the council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GEF/GBFF 04/04 for approval. I don't see any objections, and the document is so approved. I'd now like to hand it back to Carlos Manuel to resume agenda item 3. Is that correct? Are we ready? Okay, over to you, Carlos Manuel.
Thanks, Richard. And Claude had a conversation with the constituency of Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador. And I would like to hear from them if they were able to consult internally, so we can be able to proceed. But basically, we agree that we can include that language in the highlights of the summary of this council. But I would like to see if everything is fine with this constituency. Do you want to add something else, Claude?
He is absent right now, so.
So probably they're doing the consultation. Okay. Yes, Anil.
I just had a chat with him and they explained to him, I think he's fine with Claude's wordings on the particular addition which you wanted to do. That's what he said to me now. Well, we were just 5 minutes outside, 5 minutes before when we were outside together.
Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break while we wait. Thanks. Hello. So the council is ready to reconvene. Please, council members, take your seat so we can go over to the pending agenda item, which is agenda item number 3. I will give the floor to João on behalf of Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador. João, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and also thank you, the Secretariat, for all the advice and clarification provided in this issue. As I mentioned, for our constituency, it would be great to see the auxiliary body reflected in this decision, requested to be a consultant to the resource mobilization strategy. But we would be okay with the mention in the highlights. And just to clarify, to make it more clear, for our constituency, it is important to note that despite the fact that we believe a private resource mobilization is important, we must highlight that it does not substitute the public financing. So we would like to see this resource strategy considering both public and private finance. Thank you.
Thanks to you, João. Thanks for your flexibility on this important, relevant issue. So as you mentioned, we will include it in the highlights of the council meeting, which is different to the document, which is the summary of the chair. So with this clarification, I would like to invite council to adopt the draft decision that is included in the document GEF/GBFF 04/03. I see no objections. Approved. Thank you so much. So our next agenda item is agenda item number 6 that is related to other businesses. There was no other businesses items presented by council members, so there is no topic to be developing in other businesses. With this, I'll follow up with agenda item number 7, which is the summary of the co-chairs. Noemi, as we did it yesterday, can you help us do the review with council members on the summary of the chairs?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So we will circulate the joint summary of the co-chairs shortly for council review. And I would suggest that we reconvene back in 15 minutes. You should be receiving them shortly, so we give you enough time to review. And then we meet back 3:15 to review the joint summary of the co-chairs and conclude this meeting. Thank you. Okay, Council, welcome back. So we are ready to discuss the joint summary of the co-chairs, which has been circulated to council members, alternates, and their advisors. We have quorum from council members, so I would suggest that we get started with the joint summary of the GBFF Council. Okay, so we will start with the opening paragraphs, which is the opening of the meeting, adoption of the agenda, paragraphs 1 and 2. This will take me to the first decision, which is decision number 1, work program of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, that goes from paragraph 4 to paragraph 10. Anil, you have your microphone? You're not requesting the floor. Okay. So then I will continue with decision number 2, which is the progress report on the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, which is paragraph 11. Okay, decision number 3, fiscal year 2026 administrative budget and business plan for the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, paragraph 12. Okay, decision number 4, and the last one, management response on the formative evaluation of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, paragraph 13. I see no comments, Chair, so I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Noemi. And I would like to invite Council to approve the summary of the chair of the 4th GBFF Council meeting. I see no objections. Summary of the chair has been approved. Thank you so much. And with this, we finish the businesses of this week. I would like to begin thanking my co-chair, Richard, for all the work throughout these last weeks and this last week. Thank you so much, Richard, for that. Also, I want to tell Council that we were exploring the possibility to do this meeting in 4 days instead of 5 days, and I think that we got a very good case for next year, as the next council meeting will be virtual, to do it in shorter time. And I think that the evidence shows us that we can do that as well. I want to thank everyone who has been attending the 69th, the 38th, and the 4th of our council meetings of our family of trust funds, to the observers, to CSO network, to the agencies, to the council members and constituencies, and yes, of course, to the GEF Secretariat, to the World Bank for hosting us over here in the Preston Auditorium. My big thanks. It's a complex year, as we normally say. Nevertheless, these councils has proven that we can be able to agree on complex and relevant issues. So I want to thank personally every single member of council and every single one that has been attending these council meetings this week. I wish you all safe travels back home, and we'll be in close contact and collaboration for the many things that we have ahead of us. So thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the day and safe travels back home to everyone. Muchas gracias a todos.
Just one last one, a lighter note, not to be recorded. If I can have the mic.
Can Anil have access, please? There you go, Anil. It's right.
Okay, thank you. On a lighter note, not to be recorded or minuted anywhere. You know, we had a friend from IPAC here. I think he's from Thailand, or I don't know, from Thailand or Manila. There should be a conditional invitation for him next time he comes in, that he puts up a shop of all the top lovely printed shirts which he comes along with it. So his invitation should be conditional to that. That's my request to the council and the secretariat.
Thank you so much, Anil. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.